to catch up with time as we go forward. And without any further ado, I would like to now call on Dr. Joanne Nyanuki, the Executive Director of ACPF, for her welcome address. Dr. Nyanuki.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Her Excellency, Dr. Ergoji, Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency, Madam Gracia Machel, the Chairperson of the African Child Policy Forum's International Board of Trustees and Chair of the Gracia Machel Trust, Dr. Najat Maala Mjid, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, Gwileda Ashanti, our privileged child speaker, the President of the National Association of Children's Council of the Republic of Benin, Ministers, Honorable Manti Tarawali, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Fatou Kinte, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Patricia Kaliati, Minister of Gender, Community Development and Social Welfare, Republic of Malawi, Honorable Yvette Maibaze, Minister of Land and Environment, Republic of Mozambique, Honorable Professor Fode Jawad, Minister of Environment, Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Aya Benjamin Warile, Minister of Gender and Social Welfare, Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Alhaji Darbo, Chairperson of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Republic of the Gambia, and Honorable Eisenhower Mkaka, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Republic of Malawi, distinguished ambassadors and representatives to Ethiopia and to the AU. On behalf, ladies and gentlemen, and dear participants, on behalf of the African Child Policy Forum, I warmly welcome each one of you to this beautiful yet cool city of Addis Ababa and to the 9th International Policy Conference on Climate Change and Child Rights in Africa. The International Policy Conference is one of our flagship events as the African Child Policy Forum. We hold it every 2 years, and we have held it consistently in the 19 years of our existence. You may wonder why we keep doing it, periodically but consistently. And the reason is simple. It comes from our strong conviction that the full realization of the rights and well-being of Africa's children needs our joint critical reflection and actions on new and emerging threats affecting children. Through the IPC, as we commonly call it, we bring together a diverse range of actors, starting with children themselves, their families, communities, political leaders, decision makers, civil society actors, advocates, and activists to engage in important and timely discussions on pressing issues, on challenges that our children face every day in our very own homes, in our communities, in countries, and across the continent. Issues that we must act on and find solutions to as Africans and as caring citizens of the world. It is the reason we have invited each one of you to look deeply into how climate change is affecting children across Africa. And I thank you most sincerely for honoring our invitation. Allow me to give you a brief background to the IPCs, the International Policy Conferences. All the past conferences have focused on neglected concerns that affect African children. From our first IPC, held in 2004, on the African child and the family, to this 9th IPC, we have looked into significant issues of contemporary relevance across the continent and to its children. From sexual protection, child hunger, child poverty, budgeting for children, inter-country adoptions, it has always been about shedding a spotlight on emerging threats to the well-being of the African child. We take pride in that some of these efforts have influenced Pan-African and continental agendas on children, shaped norms, defined standards, and influenced policies and laws that affect children in Africa and even beyond. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, this, our 9th IPC, is no different. We have dedicated the 2 days to the grave and urgent crisis of climate change and how it is affecting our children. We are not here because of how important we have become, no, but because we recognize with humility that our children need us, because we acknowledge with the same humility that our decisions and actions add up. We are here in this conference and in this room, on this earth, to make a difference in the lives of others and of our African children. I welcome you to reflect and engage freely and deeply, openly and honestly in discussions that will serve to situate the African child at the center of the climate change discourse and climate action. And on that note, with that welcome, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the deep honor and absolute privilege to introduce the chairperson of ACPF's Board of Trustees, Her Excellency Gracia Machel. Allow me to tell you a little bit about her, though I know you probably know much. If I may, Your Excellency. She needs no introduction, but nonetheless, with her indulgence, I will be brief. Her Excellency Gracia Machel is known very well to all of us as an African stateswoman whose long professional and public life is rooted in a deep commitment to the welfare and well-being of African women and African children. Of particular importance to us is that following her service in the government, in the Republic of Mozambique's government, she later produced a groundbreaking UNICEF report on the impact of armed conflict on children that to date we continue to reference. Since then, she has worked tirelessly to accelerate social transformation in global health, child well-being, women's rights and empowerment through several regional and international institutions. She has received numerous awards, and I will not go into those now because I want to be brief. But these are all recognitions of her dedication of her life to improving the lives of women and children, inspiring hope, and building a more just and equitable world. We are honored to have Her Excellency present with us here today. And Your Excellency, it is my privilege to invite you to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you. Let me start by welcoming our very special guest of honor this morning, our child, Gileda. We are really very happy that you made it to come here, and you will be gracing the opening session, bringing the voice of millions of African children on our continent. And this makes the point of ACPF being an organization which doesn't talk of children, but puts children at the forefront of our activities. Honorable ministers from Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Mozambique, Malawi, South Sudan, Excellencies, ambassadors from Sweden, Japan, and UK, all participants, I welcome each and every one of you for this session And on behalf of the African Child Policy Forum and my own behalf, I welcome you to this first ever international policy conference that deliberates on the impact of climate change on Africa's children. We have dedicated the 9th edition of our International Policy Conference on the African Child to this issue, acutely aware of the gravity and urgency of the situation our continent is confronted with. The conference aims to put children in Africa at the center of the global and the African climate change discourse and agenda. But more importantly, it aims to galvanize multi-level action to address the impact of climate change on Africa's population, most of all, its children. The conference comes to a critical time when Africa, and indeed the whole world, is getting prepared for the UN Climate Summit to be held in Cairo in November. This conference gives us a great opportunity to build an African position that will feed into the Cairo Summit on what must be done to mitigate the impact of climate change on Africa's population, especially on children. For us Africans, the climate crisis has not only made us poorer and more fragile, but it has also become a threat to our own existence. It has left and continues to leave a trail of death and destruction, exposing our people, about 50% of whom are children, to untold misery and suffering. In addition to the child deaths that can be caused by natural disasters, including the disruption of healthcare services such as immunization, climate change has provided the fertile ground for diseases that are the primary causes of child morbidity and mortality, including vector-borne diseases such as malaria and dengue, waterborne diseases such as diarrhea and cholera, and airborne diseases such as TB and asthma. Climate change has also pushed millions of children into hunger. More than 60 million people in just 6 countries, the majority of whom are children, were facing food crisis in 2020, with an increase of over 20 million from 2019. Internal displacement has become a recurring feature of the climate crisis. Millions of Africans have already been displaced because of climate-related disasters. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, by 2030, in just 8 years' time, close to 700 million people could be displaced due to climate change in Africa. Sorry. Climate change has given fertile ground to conflicts and instability through various ways. Competition for scarce resources aggravated by climate change has resulted in conflicts that often take the form of armed confrontations. Natural hazards and environmental stresses have disrupted stable inter-community rapport and existing social and cultural systems, hence triggering or compounding, I'm so sorry, triggering or compounding the risks of conflict. Distinguished participants, the litany of woes resulting from climate change can't be exhausted. It suffices to say that the crisis is a formidable challenge that has been, sorry, can I have a bit of water? I'm so sorry. It suffices to say that the crisis is a formidable challenge that has the potential to reverse the gains Africa has achieved over the years. Indeed, for Africa, the climate crisis is a development impediment, a recipe for social crisis, and a catalyst for instability. Africa's children are not only paying a heavy price due to the climate crisis now, but they are likely to continue suffering from it well into the future. Children aged 5 to 14 today will reach the expected peak earnings period by 2045. That is the time when the worst economic effects will be felt, up to an 80% decline in income growth, about 4% per annum, compared to today. The children of today are therefore poised to inherit a poorer continent and likely to raise poorer families as adults when they will be about 30 or 40 years from now. This is the reason why we need to invest more on adaptation. But unfortunately, there's very little interest among funding agencies in supporting adaptation in Africa. Currently, the financial gap between what is available and what is needed in Africa for meaningful adaptation stands at 80%. 65% of climate finance currently goes to mitigation, whereas adaptation only gets around 25%. For instance, in 2019, only 20 billion was spent on adaptation. This amounted to roughly 1/4 of climate finance, with the majority, over 50%, going on mitigation. This is another manifestation of the prevailing climate change injustice, where the rich Western countries, despite being chiefly responsible, have taken lukewarm steps to address the crisis. There have been repeatedly calls for high-income countries to take responsibility for their carbon footprints and provide the necessary financial and technical support for low-income countries bearing the brunt of those footprints. Despite the fact that Africa's adaptation cost as a percentage to GDP is higher than in any other region of the world at around 1.3 or 1.4% of GDP, very little financial support has come forth to support its adaptation and mitigation efforts. I am quick to add, however, that the climate change predicament cannot be left to Western countries and governments alone. It is important that we as Africans also take the responsibility to be accountable to the people affected, including and especially children. African governments have to develop comprehensive, all-inclusive national adaptation plans and respect what they have agreed to contribute to the overall adaptation and mitigation budget needs. So far, only 13 countries in Africa have developed and published their national action plans, and very few of these plans mention children. Only 3 African countries funded measures to address climate risks within their investment priorities. The climate crisis has conspired along with the COVID-19 pandemic and rising food prices and poverty to endanger Africa's journey into being a continent that is safe, secure, and enjoyable for its children. It is therefore critical that we all shoulder the responsibility of addressing the impact of the climate crisis. This is a catastrophe of planetary proportions from which no one, old or young, man or woman, African or non-African, is spared. action is needed in all fronts and by all of us. Complex problems call for complex solutions. Without oversimplifying the intricate nature of the climate crisis and its impact on children in Africa, we suggest that concerted, multi-layered action be taken, among others, to create a general climate awareness in order to prevent further damage to the environment, including through the school curriculum. Develop national climate adaptation and mitigation plans that take children's needs into full account and ensure their implementation through adequate funding and political commitments, and ensure greater climate justice towards addressing the needs of the poorest majority who are suffering the consequences of a climate crisis is driven by richest 1% of the population. The upcoming summit on climate change to be held in Cairo is a huge opportunity for us to make our voices heard, to call for global climate justice, and to renew our own accountability to our citizens, notably children. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, from driving child mortality and child hunger to exacerbating health care and educational deprivation, from exposing children to abuse and exploitation to ravaging countries' economies, the climate crisis has proven to be an epitome of tragedies. It has become not only a present danger of considerable gravity and complexity facing Africa's children, but also a lifelong peril that haunts them in old age. Ours is a race against time. Let us act in unison and act first. And I hope from this conference, very pertinent recommendations will come as outcome, and all of us will take responsibility to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Grassa Michel. We are now going to present a documentary. This is a documentary that has been commissioned, produced especially for this conference. It is titled, Bearing the Brand, Climate Change and Africa's Children. The documentary depicts the various impacts of climate change on children through the eyes of children. Let us watch it together. Thank you. Can we turn off the lights, please? Can we please turn off the lights? We're waiting for the documentary, please. Thank you. We're waiting for the documentary, please. We apologize, we have a slight technical issues here. Please give us a few seconds.
We do not have the privilege to ignore the impacts the climate crisis is already having on our own communities.
I feel like my rights are denied because human rights is the same as climate justice rights.
People have dropped out of school, some have been married up. We're talking about survival here.
Climate change is devastating the lives of close to 500 million children across Africa. It's destroying their health, their education, their homes, and their future. And it's happening right now. As Kenya faces the most severe drought in 40 years, the Tana River, which supplies 80% of the capital's water, is struggling to keep up. Joy and her family are among millions of Nairobi residents who do not have access to a reliable source of clean water. It's an issue that is especially evident in urban areas where people are unable to connect to piped water infrastructure. Every day, Joy and her father are forced to take the long 1-kilometer walk with their jerry cans in hand, sometimes more than once a day. They often have to wait in line for their turn, as the collection point is only open for about 12 hours a day. As for fresh water to cook and drink, the family depends on the bottled water distributed by the city council 4 days a week. Eric Njuguna is a youth activist from Nairobi.
Last year, the president declared drought a national emergency because of the lack of access to water. Here in Nairobi specifically, when water levels become lower, it has a ripple effect in the sense that it leads to water rationing, and economically disadvantaged communities are disproportionately affected because the prices of water end up becoming higher.
1 in 5 children worldwide do not have enough water to meet their everyday needs. Most of these children live in East and Southern Africa.
If you think about the climate crisis, it's all about water. More water here, less water here at the wrong time or at the wrong place. It's all about water.
To the west, near Lake Victoria, water levels are rising, causing floods and choking aquatic life, leaving fishermen without a means for income.
We've experienced floods, and that has really destroyed our roads, has destroyed like the businesses, places, has displaced many people. So that has really devastated the country because we really rely on tourism, and that means it also scares away tourists.
Africa as a continent is very different in terms of weather and environmental conditions. We are seeing, for instance, excess rain. We saw the cyclone which hit Mozambique. We saw this hitting Zimbabwe as well, Madagascar. So we are seeing excess rainfall in some parts, while we are seeing reduced rainfall in others.
As an African girl, I feel like my rights are denied, my climate justice rights, because human rights is the same as climate justice rights. And I feel like the government needs to do much more.
If you think about the right to a clean environment, it's as important as the right to food. Children's rights are under threat. Most important is especially the rights that are about life and survival. A clean environment, the right to food, right to adequate nutrition, right to water especially, because these sustain life. But it doesn't mean that the right to education is much less, because as we are seeing with climate change is affecting all rights.
In northern Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia, pastoralist communities, or herders, are those heaviest hit. After 4 seasons without rain and a 5th one looming, these families have completely lost their source of income. Without water, There is no pasture. Without pasture, their livestock dies. And so the men migrate with their herds, looking for pasture, leaving behind the women and children, left to fend for themselves.
We've seen cases of number of children dropping out of school, looking for water, traveling kilometers to look for water, and that puts them in harm's way, having girls being raped, boys getting into trouble and drugs.
The number of children at risk of dropping out of school has tripled in just 3 months.
We're talking about survival here, basically food to eat and not even thinking of education.
aade beeslaan magati wal uniformka gaadoono male wal oo meeleray buuk gaadoono male saasay darteen isku dhaafi aade le kaalmee idile rooge walan qowdo male.
In Somalia, 1 million people are now displaced by drought. Thousands of families are taking the long, perilous journey towards Baidoa in hopes to find help. Fatun and her family walked for 10 days without any food and barely any water.
Bahadagtee dagaalan ku tamni hoolagaano dhamaati da'anuun meeleray biilaan hiridi beerawan wal makaban saasu darteew unwa diile dhamaane halber biya dhamaan geesha kaleetan deerani hiraabtee lay deerani.
Most women and children make the journey alone, without men around to protect them, and face yet another danger, being raped. But they make the journey anyway, hoping to find help on the other side. Food, water, and getting their children checked for malnutrition.
For a long time, Africa was making progress in terms of addressing malnutrition, but now we are going back and we're seeing child hunger is increasing. Food insecurity has become a problem. Because of that, food prices have gone up, living costs have gone up, so African children are not having the basic 3 meals a day. They're undernourished, they're not getting the basic elements of nutrition that they need.
Another alarming consequence is the rising number of young girls being forced into marriage. It's an act of desperation, as families are pushed to the edge and struggling to survive. By marrying off their daughters, they're hoping for a dowry and one less mouth to feed.
When families face pressure in terms of food, they resort to survival mechanisms. And how do they survive? One, they marry off girls. And so child marriage has already been documented to be going up. Second, they send children into child labor. Typically in the rural areas, it's the responsibility of young girls to fetch water, to fetch firewood. It means one, they have less time to go to school. It means two, that they are at increased risk out there. And so the impacts on children are so complex and interrelated that we are saying really climate change is something that is going to threaten children in all ways that a child needs to be a child.
"35 out of 45 countries globally identified as the worst affected by climate change are in sub-Saharan Africa. That affects 490 million children under the age of 18.
It's unfortunate that Africa and a lot of the other developing countries have the least contribution, but are facing the greatest effects. And so this is really a moment for us to emphasize that point of responsibility. Responsibility in terms of what the different countries of the world need to do in order to mitigate these effects of climate change on Africa as a continent, but specifically on the most fragile and vulnerable countries and groups.
But despite the impact on millions of children, little has been done to strengthen the humanitarian response and commit governments to real solutions.
I went to Stockholm Plus 50 in Sweden, and what shocked me about it is that these climate talks have been ongoing for the past 50 years. It scares me as a youth activist to think that we have around 10 years to solve what 50 years of climate action hasn't.
Eric was a delegate for UNICEF and Fridays for Future at COP26. Across Africa, youth activism is surging, with high school students all over the continent creating their own environmental groups, organizing rallies, and speaking up for their right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment.
Climate change has actually affected the children from where I come from. Youths like me should be important for us to be climate activists because we are the voice, and with our voice we can actually advocate for the next future generation because we are the young leaders of today.
Local organizations and grassroots movements are not waiting for world leaders to find immediate solutions to alleviate their plight. But the gravity of the situation requires urgent action.
To re-emphasize for the umpteenth time the urgency with which we need to act. Because every day is a lost day. We are seeing the projections of what climate change is going to look like in Africa by 2050. It's going to mean that really Africa, with a population of 1 billion children by then, will be essentially facing a very bleak future and a very dark future for its children. We also want to remind duty bearers, be they governments, transnationals, that there has to be shared responsibility. But this shared responsibility, however, cannot be shared 50-50. We cannot talk about survival, we cannot talk about sustainable development, about all these aspirations that we have laid down, unless we safeguard our children. So it's really about safeguarding our children, protecting our children, or else there will be really no future for Africa.
Thank you very much. I would like now to call on the podium our youngest guest of honor, Ms. Gileda Shafika Ashanti. She's our child speaker from the Republic of Benin, and she is the president of the National Associations of Children's Councils from Benin. Gileda, tu as la parole.
Mesdames et messieurs, les représentants de l'ACPF, mesdames et messieurs, les représentants des organismes des Nations Unies, mesdames et messieurs, les ministres ou leurs représentants, chers participants, en vos qualités, titres et grades respectifs, tout protocole respecté, le changement climatique est un problème sérieux pour le Bénin comme pour le reste du monde. Selon le plan national d'adaptation au changement climatique, tous les secteurs socio-économiques et biophysiques du pays sont touchés par le changement climatique. Mesdames et messieurs, sur l'ensemble du pays et sur la période de 1970 à 2019, la variation spatiale des précipitations du sud au nord est faible. Elle se traduit par un faible écart entre les moyennes de pluie annuelles reçues au niveau des différentes stations pluviométriques. Les variations de température maximale et minimale moyenne annuelle sur la même période révèlent une tendance à la hausse significative au seuil de 5% au niveau de toutes les stations. Cette situation traduit bien l'effet de serre additionnel et montre que le Bénin est soumis au réchauffement climatique. Ce réchauffement climatique affecte négativement les secteurs de développement du pays, que sont l'agriculture, les ressources en eau, l'énergie, la santé, les infrastructures, etc. Mesdames et messieurs, nous, vos enfants, dans un monde inondé, comment allons-nous jouir d'une santé pleine et effective, aller à l'école, sortir de chez nous sans crainte? Comment allons-nous jouir de nos droits, tels qu'énoncés dans la Charte africaine du droit et du bien-être de l'enfant, si notre cadre de vie est propice au développement des moustiques? En effet, nous, enfants, sommes parmi les couches les plus vulnérables et les plus touchées par l'impact du changement climatique. Nous sommes moins capables de survivre aux inondations et aux sécheresses, aux intempéries. Nous sommes moins capables de survivre aux substances toxiques et toute forme de pollution, même à des doses d'exposition plus faibles. Par conséquent, nous sommes plus à risque de mourir que les adultes de maladies susceptibles d'être aggravées par le changement climatique. C'est pourquoi nous vous disons que cela doit changer. Chers participants, nous, enfants du peuple, ne restons pas de marbre face à cette situation interplanétaire. L'Association nationale des conseils d'enfants du Bénin, ANACEB, que j'ai l'insigne honneur de diriger, est un réseau de groupes organisés d'enfants dans toutes les contrées de mon pays. Nous mobilisons les enfants à la lutte contre le changement climatique. À cet effet, nous avons installé dans 302 collèges et écoles des gouvernements scolaires avec un ministre de l'Environnement. Ces ministres mobilisent la communauté autour des actions de sensibilisation, des journées de salubrité et des campagnes de reboisement. Les conseils communaux enfants mènent des plaidoyers auprès des autorités locales, des leaders communautaires pour la protection des enfants, de la nature et de notre cadre de vie. Nous portons aussi attention à l'éducation de nos pères sur les 17 objectifs de développement durable, et surtout l'ODD 13, relatif aux mesures prises pour la lutte contre le changement climatique. Chers participants, mesdames et messieurs, actuellement, nous élaborons une anthologie poétique sur la protection environnementale qui sera mise à la disposition des bibliothèques communautaires afin de permettre aux enfants d'avoir accès à l'information. Nous avons récemment lancé le concours Mon environnement qui nous permet d'éduquer les citoyens sur le sujet et d'attirer l'attention du gouvernement et du peuple béninois sur l'impact des changements climatiques sur les enfants. Autant d'actions qui témoignent de notre détermination à participer et à contribuer aux efforts de notre pays. C'est dire que les enfants sont conscients et prennent en main leur destin face aux différentes menaces auxquelles les changements climatiques les exposent. Mesdames et messieurs, j'espère que l'issue de cette conférence aboutira à des solutions concrètes pour relever les défis auxquels les enfants africains sont confrontés en raison du changement climatique. J'ai hâte d'entendre ce que vous faites pour relever ce défi. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, je voudrais terminer mon propos en vous formulant juste 3 demandes. Premièrement, à nos gouvernements, je dis que nous devons mettre en place des lois, des politiques ainsi que d'autres mesures pour atténuer l'impact des changements climatiques sur nos droits à survivre et à nous développer pleinement. Les gouvernements et toute autre partie prenante doivent travailler ensemble pour élaborer et mettre effectivement en œuvre des plans d'action concrets afin de protéger les soins de santé, l'éducation et d'autres services essentiels pour les enfants et les communautés contre les effets du changement climatique. Deuxièmement, écoutez-nous, écoutez les enfants. La participation des enfants est très importante. Lorsque vous mettez en place des politiques et d'autres mesures, assurez-vous que notre voix est incluse. Nous demandons d'être consultés pour trouver des solutions à la crise climatique. Nous devons être inclus dans toutes les décisions liées au climat. J'appelle les décideurs à nous impliquer, bien que nous recherchions une action urgente. C'est la seule condition pour assurer la durabilité des actions que vous préconisez. Nous sommes les citoyens de demain et nous avons besoin d'être impliqués dans la construction de l'avenir de notre monde. Enfin, allouez le budget nécessaire à l'action climatique. L'enfant, c'est l'avenir du monde. Si vous vous engagez à nous protéger, montrez-le nous en budgétisant et en mettant en œuvre des actions prospectives sur le changement climatique dont la recherche scientifique. Êtes-vous capable de dire la situation que nous, enfants d'aujourd'hui, vivrons dans 15, 20 ou 30 ans? Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons une responsabilité ici, mais aussi la communauté internationale. Je dis, tenez vos promesses. Si l'enfant est menacé, quel sera l'avenir de l'humanité? Vive les enfants de l'Afrique. Vive les politiques publiques participatives Vive les solutions innovantes contre le changement climatique. Je vous remercie pour l'attention.
Merci, Gileda. I would like now to call Dr. Najat Mahala Mjid. She's the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Violence Against Children. Dr. Najat.
Merci, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear Sister Grasa, dear participants, dear panelists, and dear Gileda. I'm not sure that I have something to tell because many things were already told by two wonderful intergenerational, passionate and child rights defender. And I think, very frankly, I want just to reiterate and to amplify. First, I want to tell you that I am really very, very pleased today to be with you at this 9th International Policy Conference on the African Child. And as highlighted by Grasa, this conference is timely, as Africa, despite having contributed the least to global warming and having the lowest emissions, remains the most vulnerable continent. And it was really duly illustrated in the documentary we just saw. This is a crucial moment to act on the impact that climate change has on children's rights and on increasing violence against children in all its forms, which, if not addressed, will roll back even further progress in achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as the African Agenda 2063 and 2040. This multifaceted climate crisis represents the greatest challenge of our era, for us as adults, but most importantly for more than 1 billion children across regions worldwide who are at extremely high risk of being affected by the climate crisis. Children, as you know, are more vulnerable to climate and environmental shock than adults, especially the poorest, the most disadvantaged, and those living in high-risk and fragile contexts. A multitude of efforts are ongoing at global, regional, and national level to address these paramount complex challenges. Many policies, many conferences, many speeches, many meetings, but really much more needs to be done. That's why I have made this issue a priority, and I have focused my annual report to the next General Assembly in New York on next October on the climate crisis and how it increases violence against children. Allow me to highlight a few takeaways on how this conference can make a difference by continuing to mobilize joint efforts with and for children to end violence against children and exclusion in the current climate crisis context in Africa. First, the climate crisis is a threat multiplier for violence, exploitation, and abuse against children. As this crisis is impacting all of us, and most particularly children, the climate crisis is also acting as a threat multiplier, magnifying children's exposure and vulnerability to violence, exploitation, and abuse in all settings, exacerbating as well pre-existing crises, including the socio-economic impact of the pandemic, the financial and ongoing humanitarian crisis, the conflicts worldwide, and aggravating risk factors for experiencing violence such as poverty, economic, gender and social inequalities, food insecurity, widespread of violence, political instability, and forced displacement. And as highlighted my sister Grasa, millions of children around the world are internally or externally displaced due to climate crisis. In 2021, according to UNICEF, natural disasters have led to 7.3 million new internal displacement of children. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is happening at the right time and in the right place, in the most affected region in the world by droughts and the second most affected by floods, as highlighted by the documentary. Africa has been hit by the worst drought in 4 decades, worsened by the ongoing crisis causing forced displacement and food shortage, especially in the Horn of Africa. The climate crisis is impacting disproportionately communities in hotspots that are hardest hit by and least responsible for the crisis, creating loss of households and livelihoods, reducing access to education, health and social services, and increase of insecurity and violent behaviors, forcing communities to opt for coping mechanisms to survive and creating conducive environments for exploiters, sellers, and traffickers as well. It is critical to react as the climate crisis impacts all children, but some more than others. Girls experience disproportionate effects of climate change and therefore are most likely to be pulled out from school and more vulnerable to early and forced marriage, sexual and violence exploitation, child labor. The already existing vulnerabilities are worsened for children deprived of family care, children with disabilities, children living in poverty, children living in rural areas, children in humanitarian and conflict settings, and children from communities who rely and have a close relationship with the natural environment, ocean, land, and its resources, such as fishers, farmers, and indigenous people. The climate crisis is also harming children's mental health, including fear and anxiety about their future. Second, we need to follow the lead taken worldwide by children, and we had a wonderful, passionate, and committed child rights and climate justice defender. Children are already acting and raising their voices. They have been at the forefront of climate action worldwide as environmental and human rights defender through social media activity, community and civic engagement, participation in climate negotiation, such as the UNFCC, COPs, child-led strikes and peaceful protests and social mobilization movements despite the barriers they face. Investing in all children means involving, empowering and listening to them as part of the solution to tackling the climate crisis. They must be seen as agents of change and a strong human capital to invest in from an early age. And let us not forget that one of Africa's best assets resides in its young human capital. Allow me to illustrate my point by quoting a 13-year-old girl from Kenya who has said it all. We, children, demand for urgent action and solution to climate change. We are the most affected yet less responsible for climate change. We also need to be included or consulted, as you highlighted, when coming up with a solution. When we are included, we learn more, and in our small way, we are able to take action and engage in activities that addresses climate change. Third, investing in child and gender-sensitive protection and violence prevention is needed more than ever. If we want to have an impact and change the course of the climate crisis, we urgently need to spend on integrated and cross-sectoral child and gender-sensitive services and protection and violence prevention, which must be seen as an investment with a high return. Invest in children from an early age and through a life cycle approach, which is vital for a resilient, sustainable human and economic growth. Incorporate a child rights-based approach to climate action, ensuring that the specific risks faced by our children are prioritized in the development agenda and implementation of climate policies and programs and mitigation and adaptation measures, as highlighted by my sister Grasa. Distinguished participants, climate change and development are inextricably linked. Action on climate change is essential to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as the African Agenda 2040 and 2063, and requires integrated action across social, economic, and environmental spheres. With 7.5 years remaining to keep the promise of the 2030 agenda, the clock is ticking. A paradigm shift is needed to achieve our common goals. We need to act better, now, faster, and together. Cooperation and multilateralism need to be strengthened based on a mutual partnership and accountability that fosters South-South, North-South, and circular cooperation, moving from a donor-driven and siloed initiative to people-centered, context-specific, that results-oriented and sustainable mutual partnership. This event represents a key opportunity for Africa to provide adequate and concrete responses to the climate crisis for Africa's children who are the present and the future generation. And to react to your last comment, we need to stop talking. We need really to act, and I hope we will not having again a call for action, but to provide a context-specific, really that it's really for and with children, to make sure that we are building, really now and not tomorrow, building a sustainable, just, inclusive, healthy, safe, and peaceful environment with and for children, leaving no one behind. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Najat Mjid. I would like now to call to the podium our Excellency Dr. Ergoke Tesfaye. She is the Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Dr. Ergoke, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sarah. Sorry for my voice. I got allergy. If I cough, my apologies in advance. Your Excellency, Ms. Gracia Michel, Chairperson for the International Board of Trustees, Your Excellency Dr. Najat, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children for United Nations, my fellow ministers from Malawi, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Mozambique, and Excellency ambassadors of the Gambia, Sweden, Japan, and UK. Dear Dr. Jan, Executive Director for African Child Policy Forum, and my dear Guleta, our really great child speaker today here, representing children in Africa. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I just would like to welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the land of origins. I'm extremely pleased to be part of this high-level conference, which focuses on a timely and urgent topic for children. I would like to commend the African Child Forum, Policy Forum, for always putting issues of urgent importance facing African children in the public spotlight. The world is currently facing a climate catastrophe. The recent flood, cyclone, and droughts throughout Africa, and evidence of the scale of the danger and the need of urgency. Our continent is one of the most vulnerable regions in the world to the impacts of climate change. It is the most affected of all regions by droughts and the second most affected by floods. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is having and will continue to having a devastating impact on water availability, food security, and the environment. We should not forget that, as in many cases, vulnerable members of the community and societies most notably children, and disproportionately impacted. A recent report shows that close to 490 million children under the age of 18 in 35 African countries are at the highest risk of suffering by the impact of climate change. The interconnectedness between children's rights and climate change is very significant. Undoubtedly, children's right to life, the highest attainable standard of health, protection, education, and so much more, is violated by the impact of climate change. Annually, there are between 451,000 and 813,000 deaths from malaria in Africa, out of which 67% are children. Extreme weather events damage to schools, and while the schools are not damaged, are the common practice of using schools as shelters for IDPs leaves children who are unable to attend schools temporarily. Moreover, parents whose livelihood are below the ladder of poverty line are less likely to send their children to or keep their children in school. In the context of drought, there has also been an increase in child marriage, child labor, climate-induced displacement, migration, and child trafficking. Africa also faces the worst climate-induced security risks in the world. A significant number of these are linked to water scarcity, as we have seen in the documentary, and loss of livelihood. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia is vulnerable to many of the effects of climate change, including increases in average temperature and changes in rainfall, which is threatening the health and livelihood of its people and has the potential to reverse the economic progress that the country has made in recent years. To this effect, Ethiopia is experiencing a prolonged drought after 3 consecutive failed rainy seasons since last year, 2021, that have brought severe drought in Ethiopia's lowland regions, drying up water walls, killing livestock and damaged crops, and pushing hundreds of thousands of children and their families to the brink. It's known that drought is worsening food insecurity and malnutrition, while pastoralists are forced to walk and travel longer distances in search of water and pasture. Drought also exacerbated the existing child protection risks and includes increased number of unaccompanied and separated children, child labor, child marriage, and children on the move looking for survival. Another challenge in Ethiopia is malnutrition among children aged under 5. This could become more prevalent due to climate change-induced food shortage. Apart from the climate change, the current conflict in the country is more affecting the life of children and women in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a home of diversities, different ethnic groups with different cultures and diverse language exist in the country. The government of Ethiopia is working towards strengthening the shared values of the nation for mutual benefit and coexistence of the citizens. On the other hand, politically motivated instigations and growing interference from internal and external actors at different times and in different forms to disperse the national unity are still challenges of the country. In this regard, Ethiopia is gripped in the middle of and mixed of conflicts, especially during and emerging emergencies, including the northern Ethiopia conflict crisis, resulting in displacement, which increases protection risks for women and children. However, the government of Ethiopia is aware of these continuously persisting problems and putting in place nationally responsive political, social, and economic system for the well-being of its citizens. The government is striving to alleviate those pitfalls of the national threat to bring about the socio-economic transformation of the country by implementing the country's homegrown economic reform program that aims to facilitate the creation of decent jobs, sustain high-quality economic growth, and create physical space for increased public investment in infrastructure, human capital, and in institutional development. The policy blueprint, which seeks to unlock the country's development potential, is designed to make Ethiopia a prosperous country by the year 2030. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all these efforts, aspirations, and ambitious plans of the homegrown economic reform are now being challenged due to the actions of the terrorist group TPLF, which has waged a full-scale war against neighboring regional states and is committing atrocities, massacres, causing displacement, recruiting child soldiers, blocking humanitarian aid routes, and disseminating false propaganda to local and international communities. It has indeed continued disrupting peace and order. Accordingly, millions of civilians have been displaced from the Amhara, Afar, Oromia, and Benishangul-Gumuz regional states, and allegations of human rights abuses have been committed by TPLF and Shane terrorist groups. These criminal groups have destroyed schools, hospitals, and healthcare centers. Many IDPs have lost their homes, assets, and means of livelihood, and required immediate support for basic survival and to rebuild their lives. As a result, there is an increased exposure to protection risks, including exploitation, abuse, harmful practice, and violence, including gender-based violence. In the absence of access to essential services, these groups are likely to resort to negative coping mechanisms that would further endanger their well-being. In this regard, my ministry, which has the mandate to protect the rights and ensure participation and well-being of women, children, youth, the elderly, persons with disability, and other poor and at-risk population groups, recognizes the immediate need to address the psychosocial support those in conflict-affected areas in comprehensive, integrated, and coordinated manner. To this end, in addition to humanitarian supports, the Ministry has set up a joint task force with the Ministry of Health to identify interventions in the short, medium, and long term to roll out mental health and psychosocial support in the conflict-affected areas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just addressing the issue of conflict in Ethiopian context and its impact because, especially on the mental health and the psychosocial support of the society, because it has a great connection with climate change and its impact on the life of children and women. It was not an easy task to the Ethiopian government to strive to address the development agenda through the homegrown economic reform programs that includes food security and the Green Legacy Initiative of our Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, while managing all these instabilities and challenges that we face. We could have achieved the green economy initiatives if the conflict would not be provoked by the terrorist groups that caused deaths and displacement of children and their families. Countries across Africa have already taken major strides to better adapt to climate change. In order to curb the aforementioned challenge, the government of Ethiopia is taking a serious measures which are aimed towards mobilizing all resources, improving productivity and food security, protecting the environment through planting trees and reforestation, adopting resilient and recovery in agriculture and the rural economy, and relentlessly worked on massive wheat production to mitigate the problem and ensure food security. Apart from these efforts to address the relief and social needs of the vulnerable segment of the society in the drought-affected areas, Ethiopia has been implementing various coping mechanisms such as food security through urban and rural productive safety net program that includes food and livelihood promotions, along with humanitarian responses in nature and human-induced catastrophe. The government availed a range of basic social and health services and nutrition support to vulnerable community groups. Moreover, Ethiopia's Green Legacy is part of the national Go Green campaign endeavoring to raise the public's awareness about Ethiopia's fighting environmental degradation and educate the society on the impacts of adopting green behavior. In this regard, leaders and members of Ethiopian Children's Parliament have been participated in the Green Legacy Initiative that enable children of Ethiopia to be part of the solution to lessen the effects of climate change that the country is currently facing. Ethiopia's main strategy to curb the impact of climate focuses on overhauling its rural economy to support more sustainable agriculture and regenerate millions of hectares of degraded forests. For the last 4 years until now, billions of trees have been planted in Ethiopia, and we are planning to expand this green initiative to other African countries through mobilizing cross-border youth voluntary service in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to note the key role that Ethiopia has been playing in the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change, an alliance of African member states that represents the interest of the region in international climate change negotiations with a common and unified voice. Concerning the issue of children, Ethiopia's Climate Resilient Green Economy National Adaptation Plan adopted in 2019 states that the adaptation options will give special emphasis to children and other vulnerable groups of society. Though there are some initiatives, I acknowledge that the National Adaptation Plan, the National Determined Contributions, and other climate and environmental policies in Ethiopia are far from recognizing and addressing children's specific vulnerability to climate change and environmental degradation. So as it has been mentioned by our child speaker, we should not only promise, but we have to move into actions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of governments, civil society organizations, academic institutions, and other stakeholders have gathered here at this very important conference for the sole purpose of ensuring and advocating the need to include children's issue in all our climate change discussions, regional and national level strategies and action plans, as well as global negotiations. At this conference, we need to stress the need to deliberate on climate change from a child rights lens. We need to reflect on what African governments are doing, what their obligations are, and what they can do better to live up to their commitment to creating an African fit for its children. I would like to urge children, communities, CSOs, academic institutions, private sectors, the international community, and other stakeholders to join hands to ensure that all climate change actions are child-sensitive. I would also like to emphasize that accountability towards children's rights in the context of climate change should entail not just taking action, but taking action with the sense of urgency. I thus call upon all of us to act, and to act fast, as time is of the essence in protecting our children's right to safe and healthy environment. Finally, I would like to conclude my speech by reassuming my government's commitment to realize the inclusive and resilient recovery from drought through sustainable livelihood promotion, mitigating poverty and hunger in all its forms, and dimensions to achieve our common goal for our children. Thank you very much, and wish you a very fruitful deliberations in these 2 days. Viva for Africa, children. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Before the end of the opening session, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the room, first of Commissioner Meskaram Gasset. She is the Commissioner for Women and Children's Rights from the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. We also have in the room Ato Jima Dilbo, who is the General Manager of the Agency for Civil Society Organizations, as well as Ato Fasikao Amara. He's the Deputy General Manager of the agency. I would also like to inform you that we have in the room governments and civil society organizations representing 26 African countries. I would like us all to welcome everybody warmly. Thank you very much. We're now closing the opening session, and we're going for coffee break. We started a bit late, so we are late on our program. Let us say we'll go out for 20 minutes, and the coffee is served downstairs. And I would also like to ask you to visit the ACPF's publication corner, where we have our publications. They are free. They are for you to, take and disseminate in your, in individual countries. And please let us come back here in 20 minutes exactly. Thank you very much.
Then it looks at accountability mechanisms. And it finds that more can be done by governments and responsible authorities. And so in this paper and in this session, we'll be exploring in depth the emerging themes from this research paper. We are calling it a discussion paper because at the end of this conference, the conversations that we have here, the questions you raise and your contributions will enrich it. And we will then publish a complete research paper. And we will, of course, acknowledge your input and contribution to it. And so in this session, we have 3 speakers, as Sarah has just introduced. I will not repeat their names. Allow me to introduce to you our first speaker, Dr. Shimelis Segae. He's ACPF's Director of Programs. He has been with ACPF for close to 15 years. He leads our programs, our research, and our advocacy. And what Dr. Shimelis will do with us is to share with us a very brief glimpse, a very shallow and light touch of what is in the discussion paper. Welcome, Shimelis.
Thank you, Dr. Joan. Thank you very much. I will start by welcoming you all to this conference on climate change and children's rights in Africa. My task basically is to give you the overview of what Dr. Joan just introduced, the discussion paper. I'm not going to a detailed discussion of the paper because you've already gotten the paper, but I will basically give you an overview of why climate change matters when it comes to child rights in Africa. So I'll start with that. We're a very broad overview, and then I'll talk about the impact. But I will not delve too much into the impact because already the speakers in the opening and also the documentary have already articulated the impact. So basically, I will focus more on what is it that African governments can do, the international community can do, other stakeholders can do to mitigate and adapt in the context of climate change. So basically, my presentation will by and large focus on that. But I will also touch upon some of the challenges that stand in the way of effective adaptation and mitigation on the continent, okay? So to start with, we often say that when it comes to Africa, the global climate crisis translates itself into a child rights crisis. For the simple reason that close to 50% of Africa's population is constituted by children. From our study and from studies by UNICEF and other organizations, for instance, we know that 35 of the 45 countries that are characterized to be the most climate vulnerable are found in sub-Saharan Africa. And these countries are home to close to 500 million children who are suffering the impacts of climate change. This is despite the fact that Africa contributes the least to climate change. According to some estimates, Africa contributes less than 7% of emissions globally. Even some estimates put it even lower than that, below 3%. And yet, Africa has become the principal victim of the climate crisis. So that's a very important message we really want to send across in this conference. So like I said earlier, I'm not going to detail the detailed discussion of the impact, but it's fair to say that climate change has driven child morbidity and mortality. There has been a sharp increase in infant mortality and morbidity across the continent. Her Excellency Graça Machel has already alluded to that. There is an impact on education. Climate change has already disrupted the education of millions of children in the continent. There has been displacements everywhere in the continent. There has been conflicts and instabilities across the continent because of climate change. So this goes on and on. Huh? And there are also a number of predictions that really paint a very bleak future when it comes to climate change. So if comprehensive action is not taken, we're basically throwing our children into a tragedy. And we have to really understand that. If there is anyone who is skeptical about the impact of climate change on children, today's conference and the conference going to happen tomorrow should really suffice for people to understand what's happening now. So I think basically let me focus on what's being done. In the context of this bleak and dire picture, what is it that the African Union is doing? What are African governments doing? What does the international community do or needs to do in this context? First of all, it's important to appreciate the fact that there is greater political commitment and recognition at the highest level. The AU and different heads of states have already recognized the urgency and gravity of the problem. For instance, there is what's called the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. This is headed by, shall I say, the former President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. This shows that there is already a recognition, a political recognition and commitment at the highest level to address the issue of climate change. So this is a very important thing to understand. The AU has put in place a number of frameworks, including the Continental Green Recovery Action Plan, the Climate Change Resilient Development Strategy, and etc. This is also a sign of political commitment and recognition of this issue. When it comes to national governments, we know, for instance, 45 countries, by the way, all African countries have already signed the Paris Agreement. All of them have signed the Paris Agreement, but 45 countries have ratified it. 9 countries are yet to ratify the Paris Agreement. This is a very important agreement because it's a legally binding document. It's a document that basically differentiates roles amongst governments and the international community, etc. So that also shows that there is some political commitment on the part of our governments. We also know that 44 African countries have already submitted their nationally determined contributions to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We also know that there are very progressive laws when it comes to climate change in the continent. To cite a few, for instance, you have the Nigeria's Climate Change Act, you have Uganda's National Climate Change Act, you have Mauritius' Climate Change Act, there is also a law in Rwanda under the same name. So these countries have really formulated laws that specifically focus on climate change. So, a lot is happening in the continent. We cannot really say that, we're doing nothing. Something is happening. So it's a matter of really building up on what's happening. There are also a number of laws and strategies and policies that make the connection between children's rights and climate change. So, by the way, one of the most important problems in our policies when it comes to climate change is that there is a very limited linkage between climate change and children's rights. If you look at most of the national adaptation plans, they are not child-centered. Some of them even don't mention children at all. So that is one of the purpose of this conference, really, to mainstream children's issues within the global and African climate change discourse. So if there are national laws and policies, there are, national adaptation plans, strategies, children seldom find their way into those plans and strategies. But there are, like I said, very good progressive examples in the continent. For instance, if you take Zimbabwe, the National Climate Change Response Strategy of Zimbabwe aims to mainstream children into climate change interventions, all climate change interventions. It is the first such strategy that actually makes that clear connection between child rights and climate change. Another example, the National Climate Change Policy of Seychelles. This is the first strategy that actually mentions the term climate justice. Climate justice is really, really important. We have been talking about that in the morning through our esteemed speakers. It is there. We have to deal with it, and perhaps one of the outcomes of this conference will be really to do something about it, to redress the current prevailing climate injustice. So in terms of structures, very briefly, each and every country in the continent has got a ministry that deals with the environment. So there is no country in the continent that doesn't really have a ministry in some way or another dealing with the environment. But there are very few countries that do have ministries that explicitly focus on climate change. Examples, Ethiopia, Gambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, and there are a few other countries. In terms of financing, perhaps this is the area where there is a gap, a very serious gap. In the Paris Agreement, African governments have agreed to dedicate 20% of their internal domestic resources for climate change. And 80% is going to be mobilized through international financing. There are countries like Ethiopia, for instance, that have really dedicated quite a substantial amount of money to climate change. Between 2015 and 2020, for instance, Ethiopia has allocated 1.8% of GDP for climate adaptation. That's huge, annually. Countries like Rwanda and South Africa have established a green fund. This is a plus. It's also, like I said earlier, a demonstration of political commitment in these countries. So in terms of you know, the climate change discourse. I mean, it's not just governments and international community or the African Union that have a role to play. Later on, Ayale will talk about the role of the AU potentially. So there are also other stakeholders that are playing a very important role in climate activism on the continent. Community initiatives, you know, which implement local solutions and innovations that transmit indigenous knowledge around climate action. You have CSOs. The African Child Policy Forum is a very good example. This conference is just one example of how CSOs can play a role in promoting the rights of children in the context of climate change. CSOs can also really promote accountability, transparency, climate justice. They can also monitor government action. So there is a role to play by CSOs, but whether or not that effort is sufficient is an open question. Children and youth, there are a number of youth activists among us. And increasingly, there is an increase in the continent, there is an increase in youth climate activism. But it's really important to support them. We need to support them financially and technically. They should really also be protected, especially when they come in contact, in conflict with multinational corporations. They deserve to be protected. They're bold enough to come out and stand in the way of, you know, government inaction or, you know, what shall I say, negative practice on the part of multinational corporations, and they have to be protected. They need greater protection from the state and other stakeholders. The courts. In the discussion paper, we have discussed in detail some of the litigation, climate change-related litigation in the continent. It's growing. It's a positive sign. There are around 14 cases so far that have been recorded. And 9 of them, understandably, are from South Africa. But there are 14 cases altogether. These litigation can define climate governance, can shape climate governance. They have a role to play. They set a precedent in terms of protecting children in the context of climate change. So these are some of, you know, the actors that are really playing a very important role in the continent. Now, very quickly, Joe, in terms of the persistent challenges. But there are, despite this commendable, you know, progress in terms of, you know, advancing the rights of children in the context of climate change, there are challenges that stand in the way of effective mitigation and adaptation. The first is climate finance. There are shortfalls in climate finance that flows into the continent. As you know, wealthy nations committed around $100 billion in 2009, 2010, to allocate $100 billion per year until 2020. But that, we are now in 2022. The deadline has passed, and wealthy governments have not met that commitment. So it's a failed promise, literally. The highest mobilized per year was in 2019, which was around $80 billion. So there is a gap still in financing. This is vis-à-vis their own commitments, the Paris Agreement. We also know that, I think Her Excellency, Madame Graça Machel has already talked about it, there is a greater emphasis in mitigation as opposed to adaptation. And there is very little money that is coming in to support adaptation projects. So that is a concern. That's just one, and another example, another sign of climate injustice, really. Now, Africa also received a very few amount of money when compared with Asia in the form of adaptation financing. That is also another challenge. Finally, we are not simply blaming Western governments. African governments also do have a responsibility. In fact, they are primarily responsible for protecting their citizenry, including children. So there is a gap in government accountability. Like I said earlier, most of our national adaptation plans do not mention children, have not taken children's views into account, have not been analyzed through the views of children, through the eyes of children. So there is a gap in there. There is also a financing gap. There are very few countries that have really lived up to their promises of allocating 20% of their domestic resources in line with what they have agreed in the Paris Agreement. So there is a gap in that regard also. There is a very huge climate change illiteracy in the continent. That has to do with inaction on the part of civil society organizations as well as governments. So finally, I will leave you with a few questions. Hopefully some of these questions will be addressed by our esteemed discussants and can also be deliberated upon in the course of today and tomorrow. What kinds of accountability mechanisms are needed at various levels to advance the rights of children in the context of climate change? This is a very big question, really, this conference has to deal with. How can children and young people be supported to play a more active role in climate activism? What is the role of the AU and other non-state actors, especially the business sector, beyond their current levels of engagement? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shimelis, and thank you for posing that last set of questions to us, because I will take that as a hook. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not repeat anything that Shimelis has said, but he has framed very well for us the question of failed promises. And so I want to turn to Mr. Ayaleo Getachew, and I'll start with you, because in this panel, they will not be making presentations. I will be posing questions to them, and they will be responding, so it will be a discussion. Ayaleo. It's very evident from the morning's discussion and the documentary and what we've just had on the discussion paper on why we need to be discussing child rights in the context of climate change. My question to you, in your capacity within the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Children, and of course all other work that you have done, to what extent have states upheld their obligations to protect the rights of children as we are facing this grave emergency of climate change? To what extent have states lived up to their obligations to protect children, really with a view of making sure that the hard-won gains of 30 years of
are the obligations clear, after all? And I think this is something that we need to brainstorm. I don't want to preach to the choir, but I'm sure all of us in this room would understand the challenge of generally the discourse of human rights in the context of climate change. Not only about children's rights, but human rights in general. Human rights has been trying to penetrate this sector, and we're somehow failing to do so. And now we're talking about taking the special vulnerabilities of children into consideration. We're actually saying that children's rights issues need to be considered in the context of climate change, which is true. And we have the evidence, we have all the numbers, you know, like whenever we attend meetings on climate change, we tend to listen to a lot of numbers and the figures and data. It's the presenters trying to convince us that this is a real problem. You know, the evidence is there on the ground. So we know that children are being disproportionately affected because of their social status, because of their physiology, because of the general neglect of child protection systems on the ground, and it has to be looked at from systems strengthening point of view, but that's also reflected at the continental and international level. We do not have clear obligations of member states when it comes to children's rights in the climate change discourse. What do we have? The African Children's Charter, Yes, the African Children's Charter mentions issues related to, for instance, natural disaster, you know, the right to health and everything, which can be interpreted to say that it covers issues of children's rights in the climate change discourse. The same applies for the UNCC, the UN Convention on the Right of the Child, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and maybe these are things that we're going to discuss later as well. So governments are not complying with their obligations, strictly speaking, when it comes to children's rights and climate change, because the obligations are not also coming out clear. So that's something that we need to actually brainstorm on how we can actually establish government's responsibilities and obligations in clear terms so that we can actually measure compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ayaleo. And you've given me the next question, which I'm going to be asking Mr. Robbie Redder. The rights of children, on the protection of the rights of children within the context of climate change on the continent that Ayaleo has just referred to. How then can we speak about the groups of children who are additionally vulnerable? And this was referred to by Dr. Najat in her statement when she talked about children living in conflict, in displacement. We know girls, we saw about girls. Children in migration, indigenous groups that depend more on the land. If children are already not adequately protected, what about the additional groups of children? And when you answer that, could you also tell us, are there any promising efforts that you know of, even one or two, because the purpose of this conference is also to share what good things are happening, efforts that are paying special attention to the vulnerabilities of extraordinarily vulnerable children?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Joan. I mean, climate change has been considered a technical issue for a long time, and all the negotiations have focused around reducing greenhouse gases and so on and so forth. So the human element, the human dimension or impacts on human beings is a later entrant into the conversation. But, you know, as we've progressed in these discussions, and the most recent document, and Dr. Shmelis, others have said, is the nationally determined contributions, that each country sort of says, this is my commitment for the next 10 years in terms of climate change. If you look at those documents, they've very much improved, and they take into account, you know, social protection, children, women, vulnerable groups, and so on and so forth. Of course, and then we're moving to, particularly in Africa, in African countries, you can take a look at this nationally determined contribution document that came out around, you know, they were updated prior to the Glasgow conference, COP26. And they do include a lot in terms of adaptation in a holistic manner and taking into account the different vulnerable groups, unpacking that. And, you know, it's implementation is another challenge. The resource is another challenge. And, you know, but still, if you look at a country like Ethiopia or Rwanda, or for that matter, Kenya, or for that matter, any sub-Saharan African country, all climate change projects will definitely focus on social protection. I don't think in Africa, climate change is very different from food insecurity, is very different from, you know, poverty or child welfare. So they're interrelated, and it's there in action. Commitments in terms of you know, committing budgets, climate finance, and so on and so forth will be other important things. But just to say that, you know, you see it through them. I mean, this is happening already, and, you know, yeah.
Thank you, Robbie. And you have introduced the element of climate financing. And we've heard that there has been very many failed promises. We had it this morning from our child speaker from Benin. And we heard it also from Her Excellency Grassa Machel when she talked about the climate injustice of the focus on mitigation rather than adaptation. And so I want to ask you, what new or additional forms of financing, what needs to change so that we can have more fairer climate financing that benefits African communities and children?
Yeah, I mean, as we speak, it's an important question, and then the sort of, I think I forgot that expression, but it's the elephant in the room or so. But it's an important question. At this point in time, there are a few funding mechanisms that exist globally for climate action. The Green Climate Fund is one, the Adaptation Fund is another, that you have them. They've gravitated a bit more towards, a lot more towards mitigation, because that's, that these funds are also replenished by governments in the global north. In the projection is, in the future, annually, developing countries, and this is not African countries, but developing countries would require per annum from 140 billion to 300 billion US dollars by 2030 annually. And that's, that's a big challenge. Whether we're getting there as a global system, we've found it difficult to get 100 billion in our entire pot, in our entire global pot for climate financing. And another important thing to mention is 65% of what's pledged in terms of adaptation globally is not, it's not secured yet. So there's a big shortfall in terms of what's pledged is not collected, or So this is the reality, and unfortunately, adaptation type actions require grant type financing, and as a global system, we don't have there's very little grant financing given the realities of the world. But I think we can do a number of things with what's available. The first one is, I think national governments should have national climate funds. And this is happening. Ethiopia has one, the Climate Resilient Green Economy Facility, sitting within the Ministry of Finance. Rwanda has one for NEWA. Recently, Gabon has set up a sovereign wealth fund. And these are doing low-hanging fruit, working on low-hanging fruit opportunities, that contribute to the climate goal. And I think that demonstration that through own resource we're trying to do work also helps get more finance, hopefully will help demonstrate that we're just not dependent on international climate funds, but we can also do things on our own, and these things are happening. I think on one hand there's climate financing, but there's also if you're talking about climate change and the climate change and the health nexus, for instance, malaria, cases for malaria will change, the dynamics will change, and so on and so forth. So health financing can be used to result in, contribute to climate outcomes. Same for, other sources of funding, child rights, gender, and so on. We should start thinking a bit more about that and not entirely depend on this construct of international climate finance that is making us quite dependent.
Thank you, and I think that's a very interesting angle, because if we acknowledge that when we invest in health, we benefit children, it means it becomes very difficult to say we're investing in climate and not in health and not in food. So there's that connection, and I hope you're beginning to see the nexus of this when you're talking about climate financing, that investing in prevention of malaria, there's also an element of investing in adaptation. That's, I think, a very important point that you have drawn. Thank you. Can I come back to you, Ayaleo? with a bit of a heavy question. Shimelis finished by telling us how Africa is a principal victim and that children are affected more than everybody else. And you know, perhaps better than me, how much conflict, displacement, drought, has driven violations of children's rights across the continent. You also know very well the numerous mechanisms, structures, plans and frameworks that the African Union has established in order to ensure that states remain responsible to their citizens. My underline here, citizens. Tell us, and this is my question, how much and how far are the rights of children actually factored into all these documents, the mechanisms, the structures, the frameworks that the AU has set? And perhaps you could even take a step back, because the last question you took a step back, so let me take the step back in my question and tell me how far does, for instance, the aspirations we have, Agenda 2063, Agenda 2040, and the newer structures and mechanisms and frameworks, how far have they factored in the rights of children? And this is really looking at how accountable is the African Union being to children? Heavy question.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a very heavy question, and I'm sure there could be a different approach and a different answer to it. And as I've said, that's something that we keep brainstorming on. As you have said, there are a number of initiatives, like specifically on climate change. If you see, starting from 2009, the Nairobi Declaration, and then goes to 2014, there was a strategy developed by the African Union on climate change. And of course, the African Union has developed Agenda 2063, specifically focusing on the environment. It goes to the establishment of decision-making mechanisms, as Dr. Shimelis indicated, at the highest level, the Committee of Heads of States, establishment of climate fund initiatives, and recently the African Union Peace and Security Council, recognizing the nexus between climate change and conflict, it decided to establish a special envoy on climate change and security, which is a big step ahead. The African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, as part of the mechanisms of the African Union, has different initiatives, of course, and we have the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It has issued, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 resolutions and undertaken studies on climate change and human rights. In all these initiatives, what's happening is, and we ask ourselves, as you've said, did we ensure that these initiatives are child-centered and child rights issues are mainstreamed? And we ask ourselves, what do we mean by that? What should we do, or what should we ensure that these processes, for us to say that these processes include child rights approach and they mainstream children's rights? What should be done? First, there needs to be consultations from planning to execution level, right? And we need to see that these plans, these initiatives are informed by child rights principles, including the 4 cardinal principles: the best interest of the child, survival and development, child participation, and others. And we need to also see that they are responding to the special vulnerabilities of different groups of children, because climate change affects different group of children differently. It affects refugee children in different ways than other children. It affects the girl child in different ways. It affects children with disabilities in different ways. So we should also ask ourselves whether they're responding to these special vulnerabilities. So looking at all these things, we can fairly conclude and say that the mainstreaming aspect is very much limited. So that's why I put together around 4 or 5 recommendations for that to happen, and maybe for us also to brainstorm in the upcoming 2 days. The first one is, there is a need to mainstream, to ensure that children's rights are mainstreamed in this initiative, to mainstream climate change indicators in the African Union Continental Early Warning System. Climate change indicators in relation to children's rights can be included in the Continental Early Warning System, which in my view is somehow missing, so that we can actually and practically mainstream children's rights issues in the African Union mechanisms. Second, the African Union can consider developing a vulnerability index for children. This is something that we can also discuss and brainstorm. The third one, discussions on how to streamline these various offices, the works of these various offices. For instance, if the African Union established the Special Envoy on Children Affected by Armed Conflict, for instance, and then we have the Special Envoy on Climate Change and Security, which is yet to be operationalized, and we have the activities of the African Committee of Experts. So there must be some form of streamlining so that we can actually ensure that child rights issues are properly mainstreamed in the activities of, in the various activities of the African Union. And the other issue is the AU decision-making process needs to be approached on this matter, and particularly the Committee of Heads of States and Governments on Climate Change needs to be approached properly and strategically so that we can actually mainstream child rights issues in the African Union's responses from the higher level. So we can fairly say that African Union is trying to actually address climate change, and of course trying to create that nexus between climate change and the human rights using its different mechanisms and procedures, but there is still a gap in that, and that gap can be actually be rectified by looking into these measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for being so articulate, especially in the recommendations, because this is how we are going to enrich our discussion paper. We're going to be taking all of your contributions and saying what needs to be done. So what you're telling us is that our next advocacy mission actually needs to be to the heads of state group, because they are the ones who need to mainstream at the highest political level. Okay, I will turn physically as well to you, Robbie. Everybody's talking about COP27. All of us here know about it. It's been termed as the African COP. But my question is, there's been very many COPs. And I say this in the background that this morning I woke up to news that there was African heads of state and government meeting in Rotterdam discussing the issues of financing for adaptation rather than mitigation. So there's a lot of things going on. And one of the critiques on the news channel was that there was low representation of Western governments. And so we have an opportunity here with this COP happening in Egypt on our soil to really make sure that the African needs and agendas do not slip between the cracks. And so my question to you is this: what should be our main priorities? What are the 3 or 4 things that we must go to Egypt thinking of, and especially if we are going to be able to make sure that COP27 contributes to ensuring equitable progress in meeting the challenges that children are facing in climate change?
Yeah. Thank you very much, John. It's not only an African COP, but it's a COP for implementation. So all the rules around, all the pending Paris agreement-related agenda items have been resolved around the carbon market and so on in Glasgow. So there isn't a lot of operational aspects to discuss. So it's also going to focus on implementation. And the implementation of NDCs, as has been articulated by many of the African countries, is an important element for the African group of negotiators. I presume I'm not part of that. There's also what is known as the global goal for adaptation. This is an article of the Paris Agreement which talks about increasing financial flows for adaptation. And that's where a lot of the social, child rights or, the factors that impact our society, our vulnerable groups. That's where the money is. So there's going to be a lot of discussion around that. There is what's known as the just energy, just transition, basically saying, some of our countries use coal, some developing countries use coal. All of a sudden, they can't be expected to withdraw from that. And it's a process and in mitigation that will be one of the important items, the discussion, because, it also has detrimental effects, the development effects to sort of right away unplug ourselves from where we've locked ourselves into. So, that there needs to be room for Africa on the mitigation front, to take progressive action, but long-term action. So, we meet that. So that's an interesting one. There is the Paris goal called 2.1c, which talks a lot more about, financial flows and pathways consistent with the Paris Agreement. And here, the most, we've all heard the news that, Europe is falling back to coal. It's backsliding to an extent. So, it's an article which states, put your money where your mouth is, sort of thing. Because that's the just transition relates to that. Use and use action is quite important, and it's something that came out of Glasgow. I think we have great, great young voices, actors. Gileda Ashanti, apologies if I've misspelled your name, from Benin, and a bunch of others as well. Eric was earlier the Kenyan youth delegate that was in the film, that was in the documentary film. Elizabeth Watuti, Vanessa Nakati. We do have great youth actors. In Ethiopia, we also have a group called Influencers that are doing great work. But there isn't sufficient representation of youth and advocates, youth actors in the Conference of Parties. Most of our delegates are sponsored one way or the other through other mechanisms. He was a UNICEF, Eric said he was a UNICEF representative. That's fine. But if you look at the youth action and the agenda item on youth action and so on and so forth, it's quite global north. It's not contextualized in the African context, because there's a lot more dominance of the global north and people that can afford to go there. So I think one thing I'd pledge is we need to have more African youth participate in the scope, because it's an important item of the negotiation or the discussions in Egypt. So I thank you.
Thank you, Robbie, and thank you for introducing the element of activism. It's an important conversation for us to have, because, Shimelis, you actually used a very interesting term. You talked about climate illiteracy, and I think we have to address that illiteracy as we're moving forward. I'm very conscious of time. I had a whole set of questions for the two of you, but in the interest of time, may I ask you to make perhaps a 2 or 3 minute closing remark?
Thank you very much, Dr. John. I may not take 3 minutes, but I would like to raise 3 issues. One is identification of immediate core obligations in the climate change discourse as it applies to children's rights is crucial. What do I mean by that? It looks like that we keep kicking the can, as they say, down the road and postponing compliance, and in the pretext of aspirations and goals. And it looks like that we're changing rights discourse to goals and aspirations, and we tend to postpone compliance on obligations. The danger with that approach and some can be addressed from that angle. But when it comes to children's rights, one thing that children don't have is for sure, is time. They don't have time. The children's protection issues that we're talking about is limited, is time bound. Once someone, he or she attains the age of majority at 18, in accordance with the African Children's Charter, all the protections that we're talking about, they do not actually apply to that person. They are time bound. So it's not about the future, it's today that we're talking about. It's today that children are dying. It's today that children are not going to school. It's not only about the future generation. I understand the discourse around future generation, and it has its own merit. I understand and I subscribe to that. But when it comes to children's rights, the discourse is different. We're talking about, it's not us trying to give a better world to children in the future. It's today that we have to give them their own world. That's one thing. And second, whenever we talk about impact, we really have to keep at the back of our mind that it's preceded by violation. Before climate change impacts children, there was a violation which has happened before the impact comes out. So we need to also approach the issue from a violation of children's rights point of view and not only from impact assessment point of view. It's a violation of children's rights for children not to get immunization services where that service is disrupted by floods and other things which are related to climate change. It's a violation of children's rights when children cannot get adequate nutrition because of, reduction in agricultural productivity. It's a violation of rights first and foremost, which then is followed by impact that we are discussing and focusing on. And finally, child participation. The representative from the children's representative in the morning during the opening session made it very clear that children's voices needs to be taken into consideration. It's a very complicated issue, ensuring child participation in these high-level discourses, right? And some of them, we might think that they may not be able to understand, but they do understand, first. But second, it's also our obligation to make it understandable to them, so that we can actually ensure that there is an information dissemination strategy which is child-friendly, using child-friendly terminologies. So to what extent that we're trying to sell the issue of climate change and the environment in general to children in child-friendly manner? It's a question that we need to ask ourselves. So it's us which is actually making the barrier between us and children for them not to communicate, understand what's happening, so that they cannot actually tell us the issue that they're facing. So the documentary that we have watched this morning, it's so clear, it's so straightforward, and any child can actually be able to understand without actually making reference to the very scientific jargons and all those things, so that they can be able to understand. So ensuring child participation is another issue that I would like to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robbie, for taking more than 3 minutes, but to raise very, very important issues and with such passion. Thank you. Sorry, Ayaleo, I'm so sorry about that. So now, Robbie, because you have 2 minutes, because he took your last minute.
I'll just say one thing, in the 1980s, the then UN Secretary General asked the then Norwegian Prime Minister to set up an independent body, later called the Brundtland Commission, named after that Prime Minister, to look at the environment and development issues of the time. And, that commission came up with a report called Our Common Future. And Our Common Future coined for the first time a term called sustainable development. And sustainable development was described as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So this report was there in 1987. Our environment developmental thinking at the time was that. And it's unfortunate in a way that we're still discussing how to do that. But you know, I thought it was an important reflection to make, and I think that it will. We're getting there, and it's an important discussion. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you for taking us back to 1987. Dr. Shimelis, can I offer you 2 minutes as the primary presenter of this report to share with us what your reflections are very, very briefly, because I see Sarah is pacing.
I know we're slightly behind schedule, and I will be very brief. Basically, I will end by saying that the current climate financing initiatives should support civil society activism, you know, organizations that work around climate justice, climate accountability. But that's really a very important consideration that these funding schemes have to take into account. For instance, this conference is a very good example. I think it's very rare, really, to have these kinds of conferences, but it's really important to get that kind of support for CSOs, really to promote and advance those issues. It's not just about mitigation and adaptation, but it's also about CSO activism. It can be youth activism. Those have to be supported, because it's, at the end of the day, it's really important for us to redress the injustice that we see. So I think it's really important to end with that note, I thought. Thank you.
So distinguished guests, excellencies, I think I want to close by repeating your words, Ayaleo, that rights have to stop being aspirations, because children cannot postpone their childhood. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your audience.
Okay, thank you very much. May I ask the panel to come down and join the plenary, as we have another panel that is coming up for the final session of the day, of the morning. May I call on Professor Yap Duk, the chair of the session, and Honorable Teopan Nikiema as well. And we also have a surprise guest this morning, Eric Njuguna. This is the young activist that you have seen in the documentary this morning. I'm sorry his name is not on the program, because we were only able to engage him at the very last minute, but can we please welcome him very warmly? Thank you.
No, I'll take yours. Don't worry. Don't ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. This is the last panel of this morning. You may be already in a mood of lunch. We are not going to, well, we are trying not to eat too much into your lunchtime, but we are late by 20 minutes, so you have to pay a price for that. And your lunch will start later than the program suggests. That's the first thing. Secondly, the panel is on the accountability to children, and we will have a number of important speakers. The order of the panel session is subject to all kinds of changes. We like changes in this world, also when it comes to improving the climate. We have on the list Mikiko Otani. Unfortunately, she is in session in Geneva with the session of the Committee on the Rights of the Child. She is the chair of that person, so she could not be present here. Secondly, Dr. David Boyd. As you can see in the program, he is the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Environment. He started his activities roughly almost 4 years ago. He is an associate professor of law, policy, and sustainability at the University of British Columbia. And for those who don't know where it is, that is in Canada. Instead, you think British Columbia is somewhere else. And he has a joint appointment in the Institute of Resources, Environment and Sustainability and the Second School for Public Policy and Global Affairs. He will not be here. He is not here. He will present his participation through a video. The next speaker, who is actually in person here on the podium, is Theo van Nikiema. You see it on the program. He's a child rights advocate with more than 30 years of experiences in international development and humanitarian affairs. He's a member of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and its Special Rapporteur on Children in Conflict with the Law. He chairs the board of directors at the International Bureau for Children's Rights, acts as a trustee at Keeping Children Safe, and he serves as a member of the advisory group to the African Partnership to End Violence Against Children. I am missing something. He was also the executive director of African Child Policy Forum. It's not on my list. So he is a very important person, despite all the other things I told you. And we have also the very important pleasure to have Eric, who you have seen this morning in the video. He is from Kenya. He started his climate activities in 2017 after a very severe drought in Nairobi that impacted their school's water supply, and he organized Friday for Future Kenya at the COP26, and alongside other activists, he met with the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, to discuss climate change. So, and I'm trying to kind of substitute for Otani. I was the chair of that committee a long time ago. It's past history, but I'll try to substitute for her. But the floor is first for Eric. Eric, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Eric Njuguna. I'm a youth climate justice organizer with Fridays for Future, and I'm grateful to be here. The climate crisis is wreaking havoc on the lives of many Africans, and children, who, by the way, had the least role in causing this crisis, are bearing the brunt of it. Years of international conferences to tackle the climate crisis have failed us. African children are victims of neglect and climate inaction. The youth have also been cheated by age superiority as a system of dominance from taking part as equals on the decision-making tables to shape the decisions that affect our present and our future, our very existence as it is right now. It is time that we support youth-led action in the lead-up to COP27. Some of the ways that we can support youth is by funding youth-led action. Youth are not necessarily waiting for world leaders to take action. Years of inaction have proven that we have to shift to other systems to look for action to support our communities who are disproportionately bearing the brunt of the climate crisis. Youth are taking action at the local levels, are leading community adaptation, are also raising their voices to demand for climate action. I have heard one of the previous speakers here talk about the lack of a strong youth movement in Africa fighting for climate justice, and I feel like that stems from the fact that African stories are not being amplified enough. I work with youth activists working on climate change, and they're there, they exist, and this stems from the problem where global media has affinity to white people, and that is why all you've heard when hearing the climate crisis is Greta Thunberg, only people from Europe, despite the fact that African youth are taking action, and we're leading in fighting for urgent climate action from world leaders. So another way that you can support African youth in the fight for climate justice is amplifying African stories, African youth specifically. And the other way in all of these forums, at the government level, in your ministries, and even at the African Union level, is fighting for youth engagement. And not only youth engagement, because having been in this space at international fora, and even at a national level, trying to push for child-sensitive climate policies, one thing that we have all felt, all African youth have felt in common is tokenism, in the sense that we are there at the decision-making table, giving inputs, but they do not necessarily reflect in the outcomes. And that is why it is not youth engagement if it is not meaningful. And that is why I feel like in these spaces, something that lacks is youth engagement, and that is one way we can also support youth, because our voices bear the reality of what the climate crisis means to us, and as a result, our voices should be on the decision-making table, but that is not the reality that we see. There has been talk of COP27, which is going to be in Africa, and there is the so-called African COP. It is not going to be an African COP if it is just a location change. We need more than a location change, because as you see, Africa is bearing the brunt of the climate crisis, and there is talk of climate finance. Climate finance that Africa has not yet received, the $100 billion a year. There is short in terms of commitments. So we have global North leaders have not met their commitments, and most of this climate finance that is even coming to Africa, a huge percentage of it is coming in debt form. So Africans are paying for a crisis they had the least role in causing. And some of this, according to a CARE International report, are not even new and additional. they're just coming from their aid and international development budgets. So Africa, and this is hindering progress of the SDGs because it's just coming from other budgets. And that is why we need climate justice in these spaces, because Africa shouldn't be paying debt for a crisis we had the least role in causing, and that is why climate justice is debt justice. We need finance that is new and additional and is not debt creating. And that is why you see if Africa is paying debt for a crisis we had the least role in causing, that is neocolonialism, textbook definition of it. And that is why we need Pan-African solidarity in these spaces. Because without Pan-African solidarity, we'll not be able to counter this. And we need to support Pan-African youth in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric, for your presentation and for drawing the attention to COP, which is a very peculiar name, COP 27. But anyway, thank you very much. The floor is for Theo.
Yeah, thank you, Cap. Well, as a member of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child, I've been asked to talk about accountability to children, and the outline of my presentation is going to be responding to a few questions. So the first one is how climate change violates the rights of children. Secondly, what is the mandate and the role of our committee and our working group on children's rights and climate change? Thirdly, what are our expectations from the state parties? How do we as a committee ensure active engagement of the state parties? And what are our support plans? And before I then end with a conclusion. The next one, please. So, violation of children's rights. The previous speakers have made this much easier because I think even the ACPF documentary has spoken has spoken about it. There is no need really. I mean, I'm sure you have all seen what are the impact on children's rights and the violation. I'm just going to frame it within the Charter as far as the Charter is concerned. The African Charter for Children, I would say that we could frame the violation from the Article 1 that talks about obligation of state parties. And then it says that all state parties must adopt such legislative and other measures as may be necessary to give effect to the provision of the Charter. But more specifically, as you have seen in the documentary, the specific rights affected by the climate change are the Article 5, survival and development, Article 11, education, Article 14, health and services. But also we have seen that, I think overall, the general principle of the Charter, notably the best interest of the child, are being violated because of climate changes. But I'm sure also you have seen some other aspects which the Special Representative of the Secretary General has also mentioned, which is basically the violation, the exploitation, and so forth of children. So, what is our mandate as committee and our role? First of all, I would say that Article 32 and Article 42 of the Charter, which set up the committee, mandate us to promote, protect child rights and well-being. And Article 38(1) authorizes the committee to establish special mechanisms Therefore, our role within the committee has been to establish a very specific mechanism, which is the Working Group on Children's Rights and Climate Change, in order to protect children from the effect of the climate change. Basically, what we are set up to do in that committee, among other things, is one, to examine the impact of climate change on the right and welfare of the child in Africa. We are also set to look at standards and develop effective strategies to prevent, mitigate, combat, and reverse the impact of climate change. We are undertaking a continental study to get a better comprehension of how it impacts children's rights in Africa. And we are also, that working group is also undertaking activities to raise awareness and galvanize actions among the African Union organs, the regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society, child and youth organizations, private sectors, etc. What are we expecting from the member state? Well, we basically, as a committee, we are expecting member states to establish child-sensitive and M&E monitoring, evaluation, and accountability mechanism, and to report as well on progress. We are expecting them to raise awareness of climate policy objectives, targets, and measures among children and other key holders. We are expecting state parties to provide opportunities for children participation, create age-appropriate communication on and to let them get involved in the implementation, monitoring, evaluation of programs with special reports or with special efforts in reaching out to marginalized children. We are expecting also state parties within this resolution that I will talk about later on to facilitate children access to justice for harm caused by climate action as well as inaction. For example, child-friendly complaint and procedures, mechanism and assistance in obtaining redress through the courts should be established at the country level, at the member state and member parties level. We are also expecting them to set up institutions or mechanisms to ensure a strong coordination and a strong resource allocation for the realization of children's rights in the context of climate change. How do we, as a committee, can ensure a dialogue and engagement with state parties? I mean, the first one is that we have our own special mechanism, the state party reporting mechanism that can be used, as well as our concluding observation. We believe that these are important opportunities to engage and have a conversation and encourage state parties really to look into the issue of climate change and in the context, to be able to realize children's rights. We also have a special mechanism within the working group to issue urgent appeals letters to government or to state parties, as well as to initiate fact-finding missions. One of the things also we believe we could use to engage state parties is our planned online workshops on the impact of children's rights, of climate change on children's rights. And of course, we have our communication context that we believe, I mean, if state parties set up legislative court, we will certainly receive communication concerning the fact that action or inaction have not been taken. So how do we plan to support state parties? First of all, of course, the working group that I mentioned. We will be developing also guidelines for national plans, development plans, and legislation. We are in the process of having a continental study on the impact of climate change and children's rights in Africa. And we are also preparing a comprehensive report on impact on children's rights to adequate nutrition. Let me conclude, as the chairperson mentioned to me that time is running. Well, we have issued a resolution back in April calling on government really to incorporate children's rights-based approach to climate action, ensure action to counteract impact to climate change, to uphold the child rights enshrined in the Charter, and they take the necessary measures to address the effects of climate change, to conduct climate change impact and develop accurate and disaggregated data, mobilize and allocate resources, and ensure meaningful participation of children in the relevant processes. And I would like to end by quoting something quite interesting, I think, which is encouraging in a sense, and which opened the door for conversation, because we've been talking about the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 and 2032. It is stated, and I've just quoted, although a plethora of climate change impact studies exist, there is a need to capture the responses of men, women, children, and the disabled to a series of climatic stressors and shocks over time, and carefully consider the needs, their needs in policy frameworks. And I would like to conclude that by saying this is an opening. I think it's engaging all of us to engage, to have a conversation at the national level, because whatever we do, we have to support government, and where all stakeholders should be involved. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, life is full of surprises, bad ones and good ones. I have breaking news for you. We have a video of Mikiko Otani, the chair of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, and we have another video of, as I already announced, David Boyd, and I call on the technical wonders in this room to start the video of Dr. Boyd first. This is not Dr. Boyd. Doesn't matter. I like
I'd like to thank the African Child Policy Forum for creating the opportunity for all of us to have timely discussions on this very important topic, climate change and children's rights in Africa. Two important elements are highlighted: impact and accountability. And I will focus on accountability to children in relation to the work of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child. The committee's work is to monitor the implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child by the states who ratified the convention. All 55 member states of African Union ratified the convention, and they have international legal obligations to promote and protect children's rights under the convention. Let me start by recalling the committee's 2016 Day of General Discussion, where the committee, together with states, UN agencies, civil society, and children, discussed children's rights and environment, including climate change. The discussion revealed the impacts of climate change on the wide range of children's rights under the Convention, such as the right to life, survival and development, health, food and nutrition, water, adequate standards of living, culture, play and leisure, freedom from violent conflicts, and child marriage. It was recognized that states have obligations to protect children's rights under the Convention from the negative impacts caused by climate change through national laws, policies, and regulation of business sector, by calling for integrating and mainstreaming children's rights into the existing environmental agreements and more cooperation and coordination among institutions and actors both at the international and national levels. How can we make states accountable for their obligation to children as rights holders concerning climate change? There are various tools available at international, regional, national, and local levels. Country reviews by the UN Committee is one of the accountability mechanisms at the international level. The committee is regularly asking questions and making recommendations to the states on climate change and its impacts on children's rights. Individual communications are also a powerful tool where the committee can examine if the states violated children's rights in specific cases, as demonstrated by the historic climate change case brought by 16 children from various countries including Nigeria, South Africa, and Tunisia against 5 states: Argentina, Brazil, France, Germany, and Turkey. These children argued that the climate change is causing devastating heat waves, fostering the spread of infectious diseases, forest fires, extreme weather patterns, floods, and sea level rise, and children are among the most affected by these life-threatening impacts, both mentally and physically. And they claimed that those 5 states have violated children's rights to life, health, and culture by failing to take necessary preventive measures to protect children's rights. While finding it unable to decide on whether the 5 states had violated children's rights under the Convention for the procedural reason in this case, those children's courage and activism made it possible for the committee to address and make a pronouncement on the state's cross-border responsibility for harmful impacts of climate change on children's rights. This climate change case clearly shows the critical role that children can play to make governments accountable. Children are becoming more and more active, pursuing justice in the national and regional courts, more vocal and prominent in the protest on the street, media, online, and policy discussions with national, regional, and international leaders. For children to act as agents of change, it is very necessary and essential to recognize the importance of children's rights to access environmental information and education, freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association, participation in environmental policy and decision-making, and access to justice. This is also the obligation of states to respect and protect those rights of all children, in particular, child human rights defenders. Before concluding, I'd like to briefly mention the committee's current work for drafting a new general comment on children's rights and the environment with a special focus on climate change. We hope that the new general comment will clarify the state's obligations and provide guidance to states to protect children's rights from the harm caused by climate change, which will be additional basis for their accountability to children. And we hope that more children from Africa will participate in all works of the UN Committee, country reviews, individual communications, and drafting general comments. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chairperson of the CRC Committee. And the floor is for David Boyd and his video presentation. David.
Hello from Canada. My name is Dr. David Boyd, and I'm the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. This is a mandate created by the United Nations Human Rights Council to study the impacts that environmental degradation and climate change are having on human rights across the world, and to serve as a watchdog to make sure that governments and businesses are fulfilling their responsibilities when it comes to respecting, protecting, and fulfilling people's human rights in the context of environmental degradation and climate change. Just this past summer, we had a very exciting achievement where the United Nations General Assembly recognized for the first time that everyone, everywhere, has the right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This resolution passed by an overwhelming majority and was supported by almost all countries in Africa. And of course, Africa has a history of leadership in terms of recognizing people's right to a healthy environment, dating back to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights of 1981. And today, almost every African nation includes the right to a healthy environment, either in its constitution or in its legislation. But we're here today to talk about climate change and its impact on human rights, and particularly the rights of children. And there is absolutely no doubt that climate change is having a devastating impact on people in Africa, whether it's droughts in the Horn of Africa and East Africa, flooding that's affecting so many nations from north to south, or severe cyclones such as the ones that have hit Mozambique, Madagascar, and other countries in recent years. Hundreds of millions of people in Africa are suffering because of problems related to climate change. In Malawi, in Madagascar, in Mozambique, in Rwanda, South Sudan, South Africa, Chad, the list is really endless. And the impacts of these slow and fast climate disasters are particularly felt by children whose rights are being affected. Their right to health, their right to life, their rights to food, to water, to a healthy environment, even their right to education, because hundreds of schools have been closed or shut down because of either cyclones or floods or droughts. So we have millions of African children going hungry, not going to school, not living in healthy environments. And that raises the question of what do we need to do? How can we address this climate crisis and protect the rights of children? And I have to say that one of my favorite parts of being the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment has been working with children from across the world. I'm part of the Children's Environmental Rights Initiative. I've done, for example, workshops with young people in Morocco to talk about their rights in the context of climate change. Work with people like Vanessa Nakate and Elizabeth Watuti. And so this is really near and dear to my heart. And of course, I also have a 16-year-old daughter. So thinking about the climate crisis from the perspective of young people, I think is really important. Hearing their voices, listening to their solutions. And so the three areas that we need to talk about are mitigation, which is reducing emissions. And this is really not a big priority for Africa. Africa has incredible renewable energy opportunities, whether that's solar, wind, hydroelectric. There are still hundreds of millions of people in Africa who lack access to electricity. So reducing emissions is really a responsibility that should and must fall heavily upon the shoulders of wealthy countries who have historically created this unjust situation of the climate crisis, where the impacts are being disproportionately felt by people in Africa, small island developing states, of a problem created by wealthy people and wealthy countries. The second piece of the puzzle is adaptation, which is building the resilience of communities for the inevitable impacts of climate change. And again, this is something where funding must be provided from the global north to the global south, to the tune of literally hundreds of billions of dollars. And the third category of climate action is the one which has been least successful to date, and that is something called loss and damage, recognizing that there should be compensation paid to those whose rights have been impacted by the climate crisis. And according to the polluter pays principle, the payments should come from the people who are causing the pollution, in this case, carbon dioxide emissions, methane emissions, and emissions of other greenhouse gases. And yet, although loss and damage has been discussed at the United Nations for 30 years, there has only been the tiniest trickle of money flowing so far. And we know that the impacts I was discussing earlier about floods and droughts and cyclones are devastating and have huge financial consequences. So that's another area where progress must be made at COP27 in Egypt later this year. And finally, we also need to put this climate crisis in the context of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030, because the Sustainable Development Goals create a broad and all-encompassing vision of where we need to go to achieve a just and sustainable future. Many African states have very strong laws on the books, laws and policies, constitutions, addressing environment and climate change. The big challenge is in terms of implementation of those laws, and to implement them successfully requires greater resources. So again, we need initiatives like the forgiveness of debt and fulfillment of long-standing commitments related to official development assistance, so that African states have the resources necessary to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and adapt to the climate crisis. Because everyone now has the right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, these are obligations for governments, not options. And I look forward to working with the people of Africa, in particular the young people of Africa, to take these beautiful words, the right to a healthy environment, and translate them into actions that are needed to protect people's rights on the ground. Through things like the Great Green Wall of Africa, a phenomenal initiative, through the development of solar electricity across the continent of Africa, we have the solutions. We simply need to implement them. Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be part of this really important Child Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. I was supposed to substitute Mike Otani, and there's no need to do that, but I want to talk a little bit more about the theme of this particular session, accountability to children. My first remark is there is no accountability without obligations. And as being expressed in the discussion paper for this conference, there are many bodies, individuals that have an obligation. We all have an obligation to do something about climate change. And you have heard all the variety of actions that can be taken in order to mitigate, to adapt, and to end the negative impact of climate change. I'd like to talk a little bit about, and Mikiko has done that, on the Convention on the Rights of the Child. There has been made some observations on rights of children in the world of climate change. The rights of children are booked in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. In my view, there is nothing that needs to be added there. It's a challenge to implement and realize those rights in the middle of climate change, and it requires additional actions of government. one of the things you learn in the UN is don't try to amend existing conventions unless you want to open the Pandora box. And that is not an advisable activity. So, but what is important is to look at all the commitments made by the Paris Agreement and other meetings on climate change by states. And those promises, those commitments have to be turned into obligations and make them justiciable. Go to court. There is an example in the Netherlands of people who went to court challenging the Dutch government for not meeting their commitment to the Paris Agreement. The speed with which the government was implementing that particular commitment and trying to achieve the goals of that Paris Agreement were such that it was not likely that the government was going to do that. The result of that proceeding, a civil law proceeding, was that the court ordered the government to increase their efforts to try to achieve the goals that were committed to in the Paris Agreement. So there is enough in that regard. So the general comment that was mentioned by Mikiko on the environment with a focus on climate change, one of the objectives is to extend states' obligations relating to climate change. There is no reason to, let's say, extend them, but consider what it is that already has been committed and set by state parties and how much that already creates an obligation that you can try to force through court proceedings. Secondly, clarify, that's the other purpose or objective of that general comment, clarify how children should be able to exercise their rights to information, participation, and access to justice to protect them against environmental harm. I want to talk about those tools that the general comment is going to elaborate on. It has been said this morning, also by Eric, one of the first tools that children have is to participate in all kinds of processes related to climate change, legislation or policy papers. Children should join all actions that support advocacy in society for effective addressing climate change, or they should start that advocacy themselves, organizing pressure on legislators, policymakers to make addressing climate change a priority, to allocate human and financial resources, and to turn all those papers, legislating and policy papers, in fighting tigers. Use your right to access your national court when necessary. Theo already mentioned the need to facilitate access to justice. That includes access to courts. In a lot of countries in the world, children don't have an access to court. They can be represented either by their parents, and in some countries there is a possibility to have a special representative appointed to to present the case of the child in court. But nevertheless, one of the first things, when all those advocacy, awareness raising and so on doesn't change, doesn't improve the policy and actions of a government, the next step is the necessary step. You tell the governmental people, you don't do that, I'll see you in court. Children have that right to go to court. There are all kinds of limitations by age or maturity or whatever, but ultimately you have to go to court to make sure that governments are meeting their obligations, either booked in a convention or charter or by committing themselves to goals adopted in international conferences. So you want to get an order from the court for the government to strengthen and or increase the action to reduce and end the negative impact of climate change, in particular for children. And you don't need to court only to address a government, but you can also address other stakeholders. They are mentioned in the discussion paper, as I said. And think about, go to court and charge a business like an oil company and ask the court to order the oil company to either reduce their fossil fuel, whatever they produce, and to turn into an alternative form of energy production. That also in the Netherlands was a successful action of a group of people who charged Shell company with not meeting their obligations that they have under international human rights and also under international agreement. So there is a difficulty, and I think Shimila's mentioned it, and it is certainly in the discussion paper. The global nature has been presented extensively this morning, the global nature of climate change. Back to the case that Mikiko mentioned, by 16 young people going to the Committee on the Rights of the Child because they were very disturbed about what's happening with the climate change, and they wanted the committee to address 5 countries and tell them that they have to do more and better than they are doing. What is the problem here? The committee declared that particular complaint inadmissible because those 16 young people did not exhaust the domestic remedies that were available in the 5 countries. So the committee did not go into the merits of the case, as they call them. What's the problem? That is what is called in the world of lawyers extraterritorial jurisdiction. I'll briefly explain it. The core obligation was mentioned by a representative of the Committee of Experts on the African Charter, and that is the core obligation of states parties. In Article 2 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the obligation to respect and ensure the rights in the CRC to each child under their jurisdiction without any discrimination. So here you have the term jurisdiction, often associated with the responsibility and an obligation to all children on the territory of that state. That is a correct first assumption, but it doesn't end there. Recently we had a case for the committee of complaints about France not undertaking action to bring French children from camps in North Syria back to France. And France argued, well, we have no jurisdiction over those children because they're far away from France. And the committee didn't agree, and meaning that there is also an element under the jurisdiction of a state party that is extraterritorial. And now back to climate change. The 16 children that were asking the committee to give a decision on climate change and the responsibility, obligation of states parties, they were charging 5 countries. The 16 children were not all from those 5 countries. They were from outside those 5 countries. the Committee on the Rights of the Child did not go into the merits, but they made a very unusual thing. First, they had an oral hearing of all 16 complainants, state parties and third parties, and they issued, very unusual, an open letter to all 16 young people. What is important? The committee is of the opinion that they will accept a complaint about climate change from children as long as there is a link between the carbon emission, in this case in Argentina, and the harm to the child, and as long as that harm is significant. That particular view raises some questions, and legal questions. I cannot go into detail, but the condition that there has to be a causal link between what happens in country A and has effect on children in country B is a challenge that is not easy. If Argentina has been accused of carbon emission far above the accepted standard, and there is a child from Sweden complaining about the impact of that carbon emission for her in Sweden, it may be a big challenge for the committee to prove, or for that child to prove, that she actually was affected by the carbon emission in Argentina. What are we left with the particular question, what does it mean for the rights of children, and certainly for their actions to bring governments or others, business sector, to account, is the global nature. So the question that has to be addressed sometime in a couple of next meetings, if we want to have a global nature of litigation actions of children, then the question is what has to be proven by those children if they want to, when they live in Sweden or in India and they charge Argentina with carbon emission. That is the individual nature of the child in Sweden or India versus Argentina. Currently, it's not going to happen that the committee is going to conclude that Argentina is violating the child's rights to health in Sweden, because it's not easy to make that specific link. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lot to think about over lunch. Luckily enough, the lunch is very short, so you don't need to think too long and too much, because we have to be back here at 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, I cannot open the floor for questions, which I very much regret, but nevertheless, time is also important for participants, not only for children. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have now time for lunch, and in terms of expectations of states parties, expectations of participants are that they are back on time in this room, and that is 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Professor Yap. I think we need a little bit more than half an hour for lunch. We can cancel the coffee session afterwards, but at least I think it's important that participants are back here by 2:20 at least, so that we will start exactly at 2:30. Thank you very much, colleagues from ACPF, Red Tag, Neguse, etc. Can you please guide participants to the lunch area, which is on the first floor? Thank you. We'll see you here at 2:20.
አሽዊኔ አንዴ እዛሽ ጋር እናርጋት ለግስ እዛሽ ጋር እናርጋት ትንሽ ለመስጠት
Bekele. He's the founder of the African Child Policy Forum. He has been executive director from 2003 to 2010, and then he came back again in 2018 and handed over to Joanne in 2020. He's going to chair this session, Distinguished Fellow, ACPF. And then we have 4 ministers in this session. This is a ministerial panel. Honorable Manti Tarawali, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs from the Republic of Sierra Leone. Honorable Fatou Kinte, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Yvette Maibaze, Minister of Land and Environment, Republic of Mozambique. And Honorable Dr. Patricia Anila Kaliati, Minister of Gender, Community Development and Social Welfare, Republic of Malawi. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this important session, which is really about country experience with climate change and its impact on child rights. in a way, we are now coming to the very concrete aspects of the discussions in this conference, where we'll be looking at the impact at the national level, at the country level. We have here 4 distinguished policymakers with us. They're all ministers, which also means that for a humble moderator like myself, it's going to be practically a very difficult task to manage this session. We're supposed to have 7 minutes for each speaker, but my ministers have decided that just isn't enough. They wanted half an hour each. But I have managed to negotiate that we'll have 10 minutes for each speaker, right? What I would suggest, they're all ladies, by the way, Madam Ministers, Excellencies, is that we really focus on 2 issues, in my view, okay? Yes, cover the situation at the national level, but quite honestly, I think we're reasonably familiar with the problems or the impact at the grassroots level or at the national level. This was reflected in a very convincing way and in a very detailed way by the documentary which we saw this morning, and also from the report that was prepared as a discussion paper by ACPF. Perhaps more than talking about the problems, I don't think I would be presumptuous in saying that what people would be interested in is what is being done about it at the country level and what can be done about it at the country level. So I would urge my fellow ministers here to be as forward-looking as possible. That is, A, what has been done or being done, and B, what can be done. I think if we did that, we'd have probably a much richer discussion. I now give the floor to Honorable Minister Manti Tarawale from the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking our host, ACPF, for this high-level dialogue. It's an important and urgent conversation requiring joined-up action to create meaningful impact. And putting together such an impactful international event in a beautiful setting is no mean task, so thank you. I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Madabio, who is also very committed to promoting and protecting the rights of all children in Sierra Leone. It's a great honor to be here to discuss the impact of climate change and other environmental hazards affecting the well-being and future of our children on the continent, and to also contribute to the robust and comprehensive continental actions and recommendations needed to address this grave concern. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to describe the Sierra Leone situation and to also articulate some of the key interventions we have undertaken that are yielding some dividend. In Sierra Leone, the impact of climate change is adversely affecting our natural and human resources, environment, agriculture, food security, the economy, and even the lives and livelihoods of large communities. While it is generally widely accepted that climate change affects everyone, more recent studies have now categorically and undoubtedly revealed that children are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Deforestation in our communities also adversely contributes to the growing problem. People cut down trees to produce charcoal. Timber trade is big business. So we have fewer trees and we experience more air pollution. Fishing communities are known to lose lives in unprecedented storms, and passenger boats encounter weather-related accidents. And some even go unreported. Flooding affects agriculture, the habitats, and the people. For this reason, communities prone to flooding are experiencing aggravated health problems emanating mostly from unsafe drinking water. Children suffer from the impacts of sudden disasters and also from gradual and chronic systemic crisis. The impact of climate change affects children in every aspect of their lives, ranging from health, food security, education, nutrition, and protection. In Sierra Leone, the climate change disrupts the environment by exacerbating both our wet and dry seasons. In the extreme rains, the roads become impassable, and the rains drown many of our crops, including rice, which is one of our staple foods. Over the last 10 to 15 years, Sierra Leone has witnessed high torrential rains that results in flood, sea rises, mudslides, landslides, and more. Loss of lives, destruction of homes, flooded streets, and damaged crops are all becoming normal occurrences during the wet seasons. The floods contaminate drinking water that lead to the spread of waterborne diseases like cholera, diarrhea, and typhoid. Consequently, children are displaced because of family disruption caused by death, separation, destruction of homes, or interruption in family livelihoods. Likewise, in the extreme dry seasons, the rains, the rivers, and streams dry up, and families struggle to catch fish, and crops and cattle suffer from heat wave and die. As a result of these life-threatening changing weather conditions, we are seeing increasing rates of malnutrition and child infections. Malnutrition is at an extremely high levels. Anemia among women of reproductive age is 48.4%, and babies born with a low birth rate is at 14.4%. 25% of children under age 5 are stunted, and 5.4% under age 5 are still experiencing wasting. Diet-related non-communicable diseases like diabetes is estimated at affecting 7.6% adult women and 8.3% adult men. The extreme seasons are becoming more frequent. In fact, just last week, we experienced very serious flooding that resulted in mudslide disasters and deaths, including displaced adults and children. Regrettably, these are no longer one-off incidents. The extreme weather conditions reduce the opportunity for local farmers to cultivate good yields to generate enough produce for healthy local diets for our children. Also, with many communities having to search for water during the extreme dry seasons, it interferes with school attendance rates. Children have to walk miles to find water sources and safe drinking water, not to talk of the risk of sexual violence that our daughters face while in search of water. With the economic impact of COVID and the war in Ukraine combined, the impact of these weather changes compound the poverty problem, and children suffer the most. So what is our government doing to address these challenges affecting children? Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a country with the North Atlantic Ocean coastline to the west, highly dependent on natural resources, we are predisposed to the grave impacts of climate change. Our government, therefore, does not consider climate change as a trend, but a serious threat that requires collective action in order to improve the well-being of our people, most especially our children. Accordingly, our government is taking a multi-sectoral and multi-pronged approach to prevent and respond to climate change. These include interministerial collaboration, system strengthening, community engagement, NGO partnership and collaboration. I will focus on two approaches in the interest of time: system strengthening and community engagement. System strengthening. The national development policy of our government is human capital development, with education, health, and agriculture as key drivers to achieving the goal. In implementing the human capital development, the government has instituted the free quality education policy for all children in government schools, primary and secondary school. This is 23% of the national budget. The policy is backed by a national school feeding program that guarantees every child one free hot and nutritious meal 5 days a week, and free transportation from national school buses to and from school. As a result, we have seen an increase of 30% in enrollment and retention of children, especially girls. In addition, in implementing the Child Rights Act, my ministry, the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, has created what we call Children's Forum Network. The network is a child-led organization that speaks on behalf of the interest of vulnerable children in the country. It is a structured national body with representatives across the entire country, covering every district and region. The Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs work with this body on many interventions that include the implementing climate change prevention initiatives, developing legal frameworks, and community adaptation. The CFN has led national tree planting efforts across the country. The children have planted thousands of trees in all the 5 regions of the country. CFN is also instrumental in awareness-raising efforts in their respective schools, to their peers, and their various communities to develop tailored risk reduction disaster approaches, such as collecting food waste from households to feed cattle and other animals. Furthermore, institutional mechanisms have been put in place to address climate change. Sierra Leone has an Environmental Protection Agency, a National Protected Area Authority, the Ministry of Environment, and the National Disaster Management Agency. All these institutions work closely with my ministry, the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, to ensure that their policies and plans have a child-centered approach. Community engagement. In the absence of adequate funding, we need to develop innovative ways of protecting our children. We know from evidence that when a woman is empowered economically and with knowledge, she's capable of protecting herself and her children from harm. So we have embarked on 3 key activities to empower women, which we believe have the potential to protect our children. Holistically, which includes the effect of climate change. So 1, with concerted efforts, we have succeeded in enabling a national gender-responsive budgeting approach. So from the financial year of 2023, all government budgets will be disaggregated by gender. We feel that the more women benefit from water, healthcare, electricity, and so on, the more children will be protected from harm, including from the impacts of climate change. We have also created a Women's Economic Empowerment Fund. This fund provides cash transfers and also works with women in agriculture, from processing to accessing markets, both locally and internationally. We started this fund last year in 2021, and to date we have reached 5,000 women. During engagements with the women participants, women are taught basic business skills, health protection, life skills, and climate change resilience. Free insecticide, treated bed nets are also provided to all participating women to distribute in their communities. 3, we've also developed a legislation currently in Parliament that will advance financial inclusion for improving women's access to finance. This, we believe, will create more women entrepreneurs, and by so doing, women will have the resources to protect their children. What are our challenges? Children-led interventions. The status of children, although improving, is still not high within communities to influence broad changes. And so we find that child-led activities are slow to take effect on change in behavior. However, given our large youth populations, 70% of our population are young people, we are considering pairing the children with young people for quicker outcomes. 2, informal economies. Many informal settlements are ill-prepared for climate change and face particularly high risk of floods and landslide as a result of poor quality buildings, poor waste management, and a lack of infrastructure to prevent flooding or withstand heavy storms or cope with heat waves. However, despite efforts from our government to resettle families, they refuse to move, mostly because of the ready-made economies that exist within these settlements. Improving access to water. Again, with the impact of COVID and the war in Ukraine, economies have taken a dive, and the Sierra Leone economy is no exception. So while it is essential that we increase access points for water through boreholes, the resources are just not there. So it will be interesting to learn from this meeting here how we can make these necessary improvements in these difficult financial times. So let me end by saying climate change is the mother of all externalities. It is large, complex, and more uncertain than any other environmental problem. The causes and consequences of climate change are diverse, but our children who contribute the least to climate change are the most vulnerable and the most affected. Climate change affects all rights. So it's incumbent of all of us to find solutions and adapt for a better today and future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this rather brief but very comprehensive look at the situation as well as what's being done and what could be done and some of the challenges you're facing. Thank you so very much. I believe we, the Secretariat, would be collecting the papers because this is a very comprehensive paper which we should really have and use as a basis for the documentation that will come out of this conference. But really, thank you so very, very much. Madam Kinte from the Republic of the Gambia, please. Thank you. Please. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. The chairperson, I wish to observe all protocols. The Gambia has experienced drought-related crop failures and severe floods over the past decade, not to mention the threat faced by the entire Gambian coastline, including Banjul, the Gambia. In the past decade, there has been a high incidence of flooding during the rainy season, in which people were affected and many homes, farmland, and livestock were lost, leaving many homeless and at the risk of waterborne diseases. The Gambia was also struck by windstorms, which left thousands of families homeless. The recent floods of August this year has affected 47,109 people, 9,965 children between the ages of 0 to 59 months, 3,088 pregnant and breastfeeding mothers, 1,824 persons with disability, including children. There were also 11 deaths, 407 water points, and 1,238 sanitary facilities were affected, and 4,259 households partially damaged, while 3,617 households were completely damaged. Children under 5 years of age account for 21% of those affected populations and are particularly at risk of waterborne diseases caused by water contamination, while females account for 51% of the total. These victims were exposed to a wide range of risks which they were ill-equipped to handle. The chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, the effects include loss of housing, limited access to clean drinking water, limited access to healthcare services. Families lost their foodstuff. It happened during the time when the farming communities have less food, and this is made even worse. Some of those affected have relocated to seek refuge with family and friends, while some have been temporarily housed in schools and the Friendship Hostel. With school opening planned for September, a quick action will be required to move those from the schools to avoid disrupting schooling for the children. There have been numerous incidents of diarrhea and skin rashes reported in some of those communities. Communities are at a high risk of waterborne diseases and contaminated water. The relevant authorities have been alerted, and every effort is being made to remedy the situation. The chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, these climate hazards have affected the lives and livelihoods of children. Children and their families have lost homes and are displaced, lost livelihoods, were prone to sicknesses and disease. They have limited access to clean drinking water. Many regions in the Gambia are prone to the devastating impacts of climate change, and over the years, the communities in these regions have lost their income and livelihoods as a result of saline intrusion into their farms, erratic rainfall patterns, a general decline in agricultural production, and more recently, severe windstorms, even taking lives, which before last year was unheard of in the Gambia. These hazards, combining with already low financial and technological capacity, has resulted in vulnerable households multiplying, increasing the burden of budgetary support by the government and partners, including subsistence farmers and coastal dwellers are particularly affected. The floods and stagnant waters have also brought dangerous reptiles close to communities, posing a risk to the entire community and populations, including children. Effects of climate change on children. Boys in pastoral communities support their fathers to look for feed and water for their animals, while girls spend long hours with their mothers looking for water. This has affected their health and schooling in most communities. These recent flash floods have exacerbated the already dire situation of food and nutrition security facing a greater population in the Gambia. The food and nutrition insecurity as a result of the flash floods compounds the existing challenges caused by the Russia-Ukraine crisis, poor harvest, the 2021 devastating windstorms, COVID-19, high food prices, increase in fuel and transportation costs, etc. Women, children, and the elderly are at a greater risk of food and nutrition insecurity with potential devastating consequences. The effects of climate change will undermine many of the gains we have made in child survival and development, and poses even greater dangers ahead. In every crisis, children are the most vulnerable. Climate change is no exception. As escalating droughts and flooding degrade food production, children will bear the greatest burden of hunger and malnutrition. This is even worse with loss of livelihoods. The little food that families rely on in this rainy season is all lost in the floods. With the loss of a parent, some children are also orphaned. Priorities of government in addressing the impact of climate change on children in Gambia. Immediate needs. Vulnerable groups need special attention and care as part of reproduction and child health, but also needs on food and nutrition. Food assistance to affected populations, shelter support and temporary relocation of affected families, water and hygiene support, and environmental assessment of affected water bodies, health surveillance for possible disease outbreak, non-food items including mattresses, buckets, cooking utensils, bed nets, detergents, sanitary pads, clothing, etc., etc., are needed for families. And there's also the need to conduct additional multi-sectoral assessment of the recent floods. For the medium and long term, the government is working closely with leading organizations to develop practical pathways to decarbonization. Amongst the pathways include developing technologies that work together to give emitters practical decarbonization options at scale. The National Climate Change Policy of the Gambia sets the country's institutional arrangements for coordination, mainstreaming. It outlines a new approach to resource mobilization and develops a clear policy direction for human resource development. This policy goal is to achieve mainstreaming of climate change into national development budgeting policy decision-making. The government of the Gambia launched its long-term climate strategy that seeks to strengthen efforts to put long goals of the Paris Agreement into practice. The government further devises adaptation measures to ensure that development goal gains are protected in building resilience programs, together with coping mechanisms, especially in agriculture, environment, and economic sectors, which put into consideration the growth of early maturing crops, resilient plants, aquaculture, amongst others. Enforcing the Forest Act and regulations at all levels of governance, promoting national forest management in accordance with the Gambian forest management system, promoting community participation of forest development and management, nationwide tree planting exercises, and the creation of forest parks in all districts. Some challenges. Limited financial resources. There are a limited number of policies that takes into consideration the loss of children and child adaptation that will enable children to make a positive contribution to the process of risk reduction and climate resistant development as streamlined by a double-decker. Lack of child participation in decision-making and the complexity of issues related to climate change adaptation. Over the years, thousands of trees were planted across the country to curb desertification. Most of these trees have died since they were not cared for after planting. It is for this reason that the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare and partners embarked on a tree planting exercise with women and children only last week. They were asked to nurture these trees. And in 2023, those whose trees have survived will receive prizes. This is one way in which we are trying to make sure that trees planted are nurtured until they survive. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Kinte. You did it within more or less just a few minutes more, but you did it within 10 minutes. Okay, now we turn to Mozambique. Honorable Yvette Mbazin, right? From Mozambique. Please, you take the chair here.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the government of Mozambique and on my own name, allow me to initiate this intervention by addressing warm greetings to all participants at the 9th International Police Conference on the African Child. In particular, I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Ethiopia for the invitation and opportunity to jointly address the challenges and efforts undertaken individual and collectively to guarantee that the children full benefit from their rights with regard to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to share that Mozambique is located in the eastern part of the African continent with a coastline of 2,700 kilometers, therefore exposed to an intertropical convergence zone. The country has a total area of 799.38 square kilometers and a population of 28 million inhabitants, in which children under 18 represents 52%, corresponding to 16.1 million people, with boys and girls in different proportions. Due to its geographical location, the country is one of the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change and ranked as the third most vulnerable in Africa. In 2019, was ranked in the top 10 countries most affected by extreme weather events. According to the UNICEF Child Climate Risk Index, Mozambique is considered the 10th most risk country for children due to climate change as a consequence of high exposure and low access to social and basic services. In Mozambique, 60% of the population lives in coastal areas and are exposed to rising sea levels, and the majority of the population lives in per-urban and rural areas with limited access to electricity, clear water, basic sanitation, and adequate housing. In some regions, households are vulnerable to extreme events including cyclones, floods, and droughts. These phenomena contribute to the reduction of the nutrition level of the affected population, destroy their goods and assets, accentuating their vulnerability. In 2019, 1.1 million children were affected by cyclones Kenneth and Idai in Mozambique, causing epidemic threats such as cholera, diarrhea, and malaria. Climate change is affecting nutrition as these phenomena have impacts on food availability, including agricultural production, accessibility, and transport. This reduction in food accessibility is compounded by any increase in economic losses, for example, loss of livelihoods related to climate change and extreme weather events. Climate change is reversing development gains in education due to complete or partial destruction of classrooms and schools, causing prolonged interruption of classes and limited access to school. At the same time, education in general, including quality environmental education, is critical for the preparation of today's children for a better future. In order to guarantee the protection of children, the government has established a set of laws, policies, regulations, and necessary services in the social welfare, health, education, security, and justice sectors. As an example, in the Constitution of the Republic of Mozambique, in its Article 47, under children's rights, established that children have the right to protection and care necessary for their well-being. Also states that children can freely express their opinion in matters of their concern according to their age and maturity, and that all acts concerning children, whether carried out by public entities or private institutions, may take into account the best interest of the child. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing that disaster risk reduction is a priority, the country has been creating and implementing a legal and institutional framework to guarantee that ensure post-disaster recovery, as well as promote multi-sector actions of harmonious, integrated, and balanced development, including multifaceted humanitarian assistance to population in regions affected by extreme events. Climate change has been recognized as a multiplier of insecurity and vulnerability. In this context, the government of Mozambique has been strategically positioning itself to guarantee social protection to the most vulnerable groups. Nevertheless, the government 5-year plan 2020-2024 focused, among others, on issues of social inclusion and protection of the most vulnerable segments of the population, as well as climate change as areas of action to respond to the government's priorities. Also, with regard to strategic instruments, the government approved the National Basic Social Security Strategy 2016-2024, which aims to implement actions that contribute to the reduction of poverty and vulnerability, ensuring that the results of the growth of the Mozambican economy benefit all citizens, especially those living in the poverty and vulnerability. In addition to the ongoing policies and strategies, in 2021 was launched the program Eu Sou Capaz, which means I am capable, with the aim of ensuring that girls remain in school and reducing the rates of premature unions. This program is expected to benefit 600,000 girls by 2024, and we believe that replicating initiatives of this kind could be a mechanism of increasing the adaptive capacity of children, especially girls. We are aware that children exposed to cyclical natural disasters and frequent extreme events is contributing to the deepening their vulnerability, restricting their access to basic services such as food, health, education, water, and sanitation, increasing and perpetuating inequalities and negative experience in childhood. By recognizing that children are the predominant age group impacted by climate change, conflicts, we are convinced educating and empowering children can have transformative effects and reduce their vulnerability to climate change, as they will be able to better manage risks and access diverse livelihood options. In this sense, we reiterate our commitment as a country to strengthen existing child protection services as well as expanding existing ones, aiming at the implementation of the NDCs, promote constant dialogue at all levels of society in order to improve the resilience of vulnerable populations, especially children, systematically promote integrated and multi-sector approaches that ensure respect of children's rights toward adaptation to climate change, strengthening the inclusion of climate change topics in the school curriculum at all levels, reinforce children's awareness raising and environmental education about climate change, encourage and support the involvement of children in their communities to exercise their civic right to participate in climate change adaptation and mitigation initiatives, and also mobilize human and financial resources to adequately respond to the needs of children in the context of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate that the government of Mozambique will continue to make the necessary efforts to ensure provision of resilient and safe school infrastructure, learning materials with environmental content and disaster risk reduction measures, as well as strengthening the adaptive tools of children and teachers so that they are prepared to save lives in emergency situations as a result of climate change. Having said that, I would like to reinforce that all the countries here represented must continue to work together in order to focus on vulnerable populations, particularly children, at their center of the decision-making process to reduce their vulnerability and increase resilience to climate change in Africa. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Excellency Yvette Maibase, the Minister of Land and Environment, Republic of Mozambique. Thank you so very much. In fact, we have saved some minutes, which we're going to use for the answer and question period. I now turn to Madame Patricia Ani Kaliati, Minister of Community Development, Gender and Social Welfare, Republic of Malawi. Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the ministers, I will use them. Your Excellencies, my fellow ministers, ambassadors, high commissioners, in special mention the chairperson, Madam, Your Excellency Michelle, and also the executive director of the ACPF, and all my seniors present this afternoon. There were a number of questions, and before the questions, let me send warm hearty greetings from His Excellency the State President of the Republic of Malawi and Malawians to the sons and daughters of the African soil and beyond who are present in this forum and conference. And the questions were, what is it that you are doing as member states, but also what is it that we can do? Let me start answering or responding to what is it that we are supposed to do. In the implementation of the UN, as well as we are looking forward for the implementation of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, we are looking forward to implement Goal 1, 2, 4, 5, 13, and also making sure that as we implement these goals, we need to have a collaboration of the Goal 17. And this is one of the partnerships which we are doing in mitigating some of the problems which we have in climate change. So we are looking forward to get resources for the member states to implement these goals, but also looking forward for resources for the implementation of girl education, knowing that girl education is an automatic economic empowerment of our mothers. And in that way, the children born from this girl child education is automatically empowered, is going to mitigate problems of climate change. And is going to be automatically empowered and is going to use and care of ecological systems, and also is going to use alternative sources of energy as we look into the challenges of climate change. Indeed, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with everyone present here on Malawi's efforts on building resilience to mitigate the impact of climate change on children. Malawi is one of the top 40 countries where climate change is having a significant impact on children. For example, this is alone tropical storms and also Gombe wreaked havoc in Malawi, causing several damage to key infrastructure, including roads, bridges, schools, health facilities, and damaging crops, affecting over 995,000 people, of whom 130,000 were children under the age of 5, and it kept 100,000 children and youth out of schools. Your Excellencies, in areas which were affected with the cyclone, which is also more or less like the challenges which we have, i.e. the COVID-19, some of these school infrastructure were destroyed, and those which were still in places were used as camps for internally displaced people. As such, some children were not even attending classes for almost a month, hence their rights to education, clean water, shelter, food was affected. And some of these children and some of those children were also defiled and also raped. Similarly, some of health facilities were affected and health personnel had to reallocate. This made health services inaccessible in affected areas. Despite some health services being brought to the camps, some of the services still could not be accessed by children. Indeed, we work with a number of stakeholders, but also with a number of officials, i.e. the child protection officers who've been in each and every some of these affected areas to support our children. It is unpleasing to note that the most affected categories with climate change effects are children, girls, and those living in poverty because it is difficult for them to be resilient, hence the shock is unbearable to them. Your Excellencies, the Republic of Malawi became the 8th country to officially sign the Global Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Change Action on 13th April 2022. The declaration is the first of its kind set of commitment by states to consistently consider and accelerate the inclusion of children and youth responsible climate policy and also actions at community, national, as well as global levels. Your Excellencies, you may wish to recall that the Intergovernmental Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Action was launched in December 2019 during the UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties by UNICEF in collaboration with the Children's Environment Rights Initiative Coalition. The Malawi government decided to make a formal commitment to ensuring that children and young people are supported to be champions for climate change through education opportunities, to develop green skills, and also meaningful participating in ensuring mitigation effects of climate change. Indeed, we didn't just only signing the declaration, but also implementation of a number of programs set aside by Malawi government. We've been having a number of legislations, and we've been harmonizing a number of legislations as well, making sure that the children of Malawi are being protected, and also the women of Malawi are being economically empowered. We've been putting in a number of interventions like the AIP, making sure that we implement Go 102, whereby women, when they don't have food on the table, if they're not economically empowered, they're having a lot of challenges, i.e. not even taking care of our children. But also as government, we've been committed with a number of stakeholders to make sure that we nullify the early marriages and early pregnancies. We have readmission programs as we work hand in hand with the Minister of Education, that those children who've been raped and defiled and they are pregnant, they've got to go back to school. If they are pregnant in the period of the classes where they're supposed to sit for exams, we allow them to go and sit for exams. When they pass, they can also go beyond with their education. But also in the implementation of the legislations, we work hand in hand with the police, the army, make sure that we protect the natural resources, but also with the police in the implementation of our legislations. We are working into the legal part of it, especially on the legal aspect of it, especially the legislations which we have, that those who are defiling our children are supposed to be given a strong penalty, being in jail for a number of years, even being life imprisonment because of the children whom they are defiling and even tampering with their rights to live. But also we know that the war which they've waged, the men devouring our children, they're trying to wage war with women, that they don't want to see women to be in decision-making, top women in top positions. So we are saying the legislations which we have, the punishment should be so severe that as the gender aspect of it is from God, the creation of the nation, that women were created from the bone of a man, that we've got to be at par with them, side by side. Then we are looking forward to make sure that our children, our mothers, who are going to take care of the children that are supposed to be economically empowered, and make sure those who are defiling our children, even harassing, insulting, violating the gender-based violences of our women, that are supposed to be punished. Your Excellencies, Malawi is firmly convinced that we must respond to the climate crisis while keeping in mind that it is primarily a child rights crisis. We must also recognize that children have an enormous capacity to be powerful agents of change. The Malawi government will also ensure that children's rights are embedded in all main sectors, policies, and also strategies on climate change, starting from the national determined contributions. The declaration will have a transformative effect on children's rights in Malawi. In addition, Malawi reviewed its curriculum from preschools to tertiary level to ensure that issues of climate change are well taught in schools. My ministry will also implement a social protection program targeting ultra-poor households on the Go 1, 2, and also those that have been affected by the effect of climate change, such as disasters. The households are also given some cash transfer to ensure that they are protected from shocks that may even be caused by climate change. The cash transfer helps to reduce use of negative coping strategies that undermine long-term livelihood sustainability. The transfers empower households to shoulder more economic risks and engage in more profitable activities in order to ably support children. In terms of legislative, Malawi domesticated in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children and the African Charter on the Rights of Welfare of the Child, in the Child Care Protection and Justice Act of 2010, but also we've been having that of gender-based violence of 2006. In this regard, Malawi respects and promotes children's rights and is committed to strengthening child protection services through the implementation of its child's policy. The Minister responsible for natural resources and climate change, who will be joining us, has also put in place a number of programs which we work hand in hand with the Minister of Gender, but also work hand in hand with the Minister of Agriculture. We work hand in hand with the Minister of Local Government in the implementation of some of these legislations, just to empower the chiefs that they've got to have a responsibility as the custodians of the local people at the grassroots level. We are working hand in hand with the Speaker, that the members of Parliament are also being given 3 seedlings that they've got to be planting in their localities. As we are empowering the children as well, to make sure that they are also given seedlings that are in groups, the groups of children, the followers of women, to empower them to mitigate climate change. Let me conclude. my statement by saying that Malawi has initiated a number of efforts on building resilience to mitigate impact of climate change on children. Malawi has legislation in place that protect and promote children's rights, social protection policies for children and other people affected by climate change, and commitment by signing the Global Declaration on Children, Youth and Climate Change Action, but also not signing, but also implementation of all of these. The declaration has made the Malawi government to embark on interventions on mitigation effects of climate change. We are looking forward to meet the 2063 African Union agenda, and that's why we're having these conferences. And we are thanking the member states as well as our stakeholders, the African Child Policy Forum, for making sure that we break the rules. If we've been challenged at this level, we don't want our children to face the challenges which we are facing, i.e., making sure that we have policies and we have resources to make sure that we mitigate the challenges of climate change in Africa. May God bless you and remain blessed. Thanks so much.
Thank you so very much, Excellency, for your very passionate remarks. Thank you indeed. We now have time for questions and answers. Rather than questions and answers, let's just say that we'll have a discussion of both of the issues, and probably based also on the contributions made by the four ministers here. Shall we sort of invite comments or questions and answers from the floor, please? That's one. Okay, that's one. That's number two. Okay, sorry. Who is that? I can't see behind. Where is it? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Okay, four. Okay, let's start with these four. 1, 2 over here, 3, and then the fourth one here, please. And it would be nice if you could start your intervention by introducing yourself, namely your name, where you are from, both in terms of country as well as position or your work identification, please. Thank you. Please. Where's the microphone? Okay, I know the man. Could you please start?
Is it me? Is it me? Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was me that was number one. Two things, sir. The segregation by age of international issues, human rights issues.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, please. Could you introduce yourself, please? Thank you.
My name is Tronas Nshao, an ex-staff member of UNICEF, now retired and active in Ethiopia. As I had started to say, I had 2.5 points, if one may say so. One is, as I get older, I always get worried about the age segregation of global problems, like climate and children. Climate, I would have preferred to call it climate change and humanity, because the moment we try to segregate by age, we seem to be exclusive or omissive of citizens of some age. So I think it is important that instead of segregating by age, by sex, and by fractions of human problems that we try to be more inclusive, more global, if we can. Number two, Professor Dirk, he brought up this important, beautiful idea of taking our governments to task, meaning even taking them to court if they don't live up to their expectations. Of course, all of us in Africa know that we are far from that kind of luxury. It would be even sufficient if, when we talk strongly about the failures of our governments, that we are tolerated to have expressed our ideas. We could be in trouble. So how to balance this issue of making governments that they are obliged to account for commitments they enter at international fora. The half point I wanted to say, sir, was that I think in conferences like this or any important calling, we should be reminded, some of us, to really listen to speakers, look at presentations and videos, rather than show so much preoccupation with our mobile messages and YouTubes and whatever. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I like particularly the two important points about the implication of segregation by age and sex whenever we deal with issues, and the challenges posed by the idea of taking governments to court. Thank you very much. Now, the second speaker, please again identify yourself. Be kind enough to limit yourself to about 5 minutes at the most, because we'd like to give opportunity for others as well. The second person was from somewhere here. Was it you? Second person? Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Brahima Conte from Sierra Leone. I work for a local organization called Advocacy Movement Network. My point rather is to reaffirm what the Honorable Minister just presented regarding Sierra Leone's step in tackling climate change and that of child rights. She made mention about multi-sectorial approach. And as a government, they've actually instituted a platform that is called the National Child Welfare Committee. The National Child Welfare Committee is a platform of INGOs, local non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, and child-led organizations, wherein they come together, they discuss issues around advancing the rights of children, taking into account the case management process. As I speak, before we come to this conference, the ministry commissioned the review of the case management approach in Sierra Leone and the tools that they use in terms of response when there are issues affecting children. So I think for Sierra Leone, we are head-on in terms of our prevention and response in terms of climate change. The institutional mechanisms are there, and that we normally meet to coordinate, to collaborate, to avoid duplication of resources and wastage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The third person who raised her finger, yeah, please.
My name is Joe Keyudumakin, the President of Women Arise in Nigeria. I want to thank all the ministers for their lucid presentation of issues. I have two questions, one for the Honorable Minister of Gender and Children Affairs, Republic of Sierra Leone, and the other one for the Honorable Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, Republic of the Gambia. It's interesting, the one of Sierra Leone, the Honorable Minister made reference to how flooding affects agriculture, community, roads, and the rest. But I just want the Minister to buttress more on the solution. You talked about system strengthening, where free meals are given, and then that's a community engagement, where you talked about free meals and then transportation enrollment. There was one time in our own country that we also tried giving free meals to students. I just want to find out some of the hiccups that you have encountered in this transportation and free meals, because at times it could be problematic, because at times free meals are given and those engaged to give some of those children meals, we end up getting some of those children more malnourished. But it's a very good thing. The second and the last question is for the Honorable Minister from Gambia. You made reference to flooding, which rendered so many people homeless. And then we saw in the documentary of the ACPF flooding, where people cannot even get water to drink, but some roads were flooded, and the rest. Tree planting is another thing that is of interest to me. At times, this tree planting can be very, very useful, but there have been cases where people engage in tree planting, and some of them were also washed away by flood. I want to find out from you in Gambia, when you engage in tree planting, do you have problems? Because flooding was one of the problems that you alluded to. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. There was a fourth one. Was it you? Yes, please.
OK. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je me nomme Kamara Mamadi Kankou. Je viens de la République de Guinée. Je suis le président du conseil d'administration de la Côte Sud. Merci à tous les panélistes. J'avais une réflexion en tête. Je me dis comment les enfants peuvent jouir de leurs droits alors que cette jeunesse occupe la moitié de la population mondiale, soit 55% des adolescents et jeunes, âgés de 15 à 19 ans. Les ressources se font rares. La pauvreté est galopante. Le taux de mortalité des enfants reste élevé, surtout la jeune fille. Ma question est la suivante à tous les panélistes. Quel est le lien, faites-vous, entre le changement climatique et la dividende démographique? La deuxième question, quelle est la stratégie idoine? Pouvons-nous réfléchir pour changer la donne, car la gestion de cette crise est très complexe. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's pause here for a moment. And may I ask our four panelists to at least address some of the issues and questions that were raised here at the conference from the floor. Perhaps I can begin with Madame Tarawale from Sierra Leone for obvious reasons. and also because you had made a very comprehensive review also of the efforts that are being made in your country. And therefore, I think you are in a good position to reflect also on the questions insofar as they relate to your own experience. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the questions, for all the questions and those that have asked the question. I want to say also thank you. I don't know you from Sierra Leone that made the comment about the National Welfare Committee. Yes, we have that, and it's also a multi-sectoral approach, as you have mentioned, and that also includes addressing a number of initiatives as well as climate change, not just climate change, but also other social issues as well. Let me concentrate on the question that was asked on systemic improvement, on the system strengthening side of things, on free quality education and free meals. As I said earlier in my presentation, that as a country, our development policy is human capital development. And to improve on the human capital, we have identified education, health, and agriculture as key drivers to achieving that. And with climate change as a major issue that hampers a lot of development strides, having the free meals has really got people, parents, as well as children wanting to go to school. So when we get them in school, they now concentrate. But the driver has been free meals as well as also transportation. Is it working? Absolutely, because what we've done is the communities have been involved in preparing the meals. So it's the women preparing the meals, it's agriculture from the community, the women preparing the meals, and also supporting the schools. So can it be improved? Absolutely, it can be, but it's making sure that we can provide a free hot meal for a child every single day. So we're seeing children, 30% enrollment increase and retention rate, it's gone up. We're seeing more girls staying in school as a result of that. From the videos and from all the other speakers, we've heard repeatedly, and the experience in Sierra Leone is no different, that when the attack comes, when the impact of these issues, children suffer the most. They either by early marriage, don't go to school, the poverty is heightened, and there's risk of sexual violence. What we're seeing as a result of the free quality education, we're seeing schools as a safe haven. We're seeing children go to school, and we're seeing them stay in school, one, for a free meal, two, they have access to go to school because there's free transportation. The schools are then providing the safety for them to stay in that environment where they have water, where they have also free meals. So that is sort of working for us. It's still early days for us to really see a dent in sort of the trajectory, but from what we can see, the projections are really looking good. Is it a tough drive? Absolutely, because it's 23% of the budget, and Sierra Leone is a developing country, so everybody else is screaming for a percentage of the budget, and 23% has been carved for this initiative. So, and it's not even enough. I think next election we'll see perhaps an increase in that budget. So it's difficult, it's not easy, but it's the right way to go for a multitude of reasons. Yes, it's addressing climate change as a mitigation, because the kids are getting a meal, the kids are getting an education, And so for those reasons it is. But there's more to be done in terms of adaptation and policy and prevention. And that is really where we now need to look at what are the measures that we take going forward. On community engagement, that's a massive, massive area. My ministry, we're working with the children. We're empowering the children to really talk to sort of their peers and also to the community for them to change behavior. That is proving relatively okay, but difficult in terms of the quickness in behavioral change. Kids are not listened to still. They don't command that authority, so it's difficult for them to pass the message on. But what we want to do now going forward is pair them up with youth so that they would have more gravitas to enable that level of change. But the interventions are not easy interventions, but we are also seeing some change, not as quick as we would like to see it, but we're seeing some change. I think the difficulty for all of us is going to be the downturn on the economies. And I think that's the difficulty for all of us. How are we going to make these changes that we need to make today and not tomorrow, but with the impact on our economies that we have right now? Because we all have difficulties in our economies, and we have a lot of issues that we need to address. And as we've been told today, and we already know this, the impact, the efforts that we need to make must be done today and not tomorrow, because our children need the interventions now. How do we do that with the economies in the way they are, affected by COVID and also affected by the war in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Tarawale. I wouldn't take time from other people, but I fully agree with much of what you've said, really. I hope we'll have time to come back to that. Who would like, among us, would you like to start, please? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. The first person to make an intervention didn't ask a question.
Once again, that is Honorable Kinte from the Gambia. Okay, so that you know. Thank you. Go ahead.
The first person to make a comment didn't ask a question, but it was rather a comment. In as much as he's entitled to his opinion, I beg to differ, because disaggregating by sex, age, and location is very important, especially when it comes to climate change. Because we all know that it has devastating effects, and the impact may be different based on sex, gender, age, and even location. And if you're able to identify that, then you come up with appropriate programs to address the needs of the different people, different sexes, and the different ages. So disaggregating by age, gender, and location, to my view, is very important. About tree planting, the question raised by a colleague from Sierra Leone. Yes, in my country, climate change has affected most parts of the country. And there are regular floods and windstorms, which also affect trees. This is the reason why we have opted for tree planting as a priority. And not only planting the trees, but nurturing them to survival. I had mentioned in my statement that over the years, thousands were planted, but many died. And the reason being, they were never nurtured by those who planted them. This is the reason why my ministry has taken it up to work with other partners. And just last week, we have planted a lot of trees with women and their children and asked them to nurture those trees. And we have agreed that by next year, we'll assess those trees which have survived and then give prizes to those who have nurtured them. We strongly believe that that way, more and more people will be interested in nurturing trees that they have planted. About climate change and the demographic dividend, it's important to build capacity of children, young people, men and women, so that there's capacity for them to know the importance of climate change and the importance of planting trees and protecting their environment so that when climate change occurs, it won't have a devastating effect. For children, as in my country, what we have done, as in most countries, is to integrate climate change into the schooling curricula so that we teach climate change in schools at different levels. And as children grow up, they'll build capacity and they're able to protect their environments against hazards of climate change. For the young people, they are sensitized and also trained so that they know the importance of protecting their environment. For women and men, capacity building is also key, so they develop skills to protect their environments. So when you talk about DD, demographic dividend, and climate change, it's very important to build capacities and skills so that people at different ages and different levels are able to protect their environments and protect themselves from climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Madam Kaliati, please.
Thank you, Chair, and all my seniors. In the response to question 1, I'm the Minister of Gender, Children, Disability, Elderly, Social Welfare and Community Development. But also, Your Excellencies, you can bear with me that UNICEF is our partner in the implementations of the protection of our children. And when as I rightly said on the declaration which was made in 2019, it was with the support from UNICEF. My dear brother, the former UNICEF member, I'm sure he would have been the first person to talk about climate human, because they're the ones who've been promoting issues of our children. So when we were launching the declaration in 2019, they were supposed to declare the human climate, but they said children and youth climate change. And all these challenges which we are facing as at a global level, a national level, a regional level, it might be that maybe we didn't look into the protection and also the empowerment and the education of our children. We are trying to break the roots that the children have got to understand in the Agenda 2063, and before we come to 2063, our children are supposed to be implementing some of these things. And also before the 2030, the 2040, our children, they've got us to be educated with economic empowerment in different categories. There might be skills development, so that we look into this. So we are not segregating the age, but we are making sure that we need to break the rules. The challenges which the age people are talking about, that should not even start from our children, that the children have got to look into that as well. So, my dear brother, we are breaking the roots. And in the course of breaking the roots, we'll be looking into the challenges. And there is a lesson which you've learned from the age group, which my brother is talking about. And from there, we need to look into it. And when we are going to think about arresting the government, even taking to court the government who are not implementing some of these, it might not be the government alone, but also some stakeholders, because they are implementers of government policies as well. When we are coming up with Vision 2063, when we are coming up with the United Nations 2030, all those we need to implement together. And that's why the African Child Policy Forum is here now to help government and even taking stock. What is it that we've done? Where are we falling short? That we need to work, and it's a wake-up call. So as we are bringing all those wake-up calls is to make sure that who are we left behind. And I've said that the Minister of Gender, we look into the issues where our elderly are facing. We look into the issues where our persons with disability as well as persons with albinism are facing. And it's a cross-cutting ministry, and all those interventions, we are looking forward to see that all angles, all ages are being supported, are being looked into it in response to the climate change effects. So, the challenges, the implementations which government are doing is to make sure that we look into also the issues of climate as well as the issues of data, which a number of people have been asking government. And we are not here just to sugarcoat whatever we are saying, because we are implementing these programs and we are saying on government perspective. And as mothers, you can see it's only the chairperson here, who is our father here, who is our brother here, who is our uncle here. The rest of us, as we are mothers, and we face a lot of challenges. So we are looking forward to break the rules so that the challenges which we are facing as mothers, we don't want our children to go through the same challenges. And whatever we say, as we thank member states for supporting, promoting women ministers, and even not only women ministers we are here, but also in Malawi, we are promoting a number of women in different angles. Ministers, a number of ministers, a number of PSs, a number of directors, a number of high commissioners in foreign missions, a number of women in business, all these, even women in decision making, we are promoting them so that they should be role models in taking care of our fathers, our brothers, our children, even our uncles. And we believe in that when you economically empower a girl child, all the children coming from this girl child, they are going not to face the challenges which you've been facing as women, global women. We are here tackling all these issues. The problems which our men are facing, it might be us, the root cause. So we don't even our children to be the root cause. The problems which our mothers are facing, you might be the root cause, our fathers. We don't want even our children to face all those. So that's why we are here, not only to sugarcoat all those that maybe might think of taking us to court, but we are very ready and we meet in court as well with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I also would like to make a short comment and agree on the issue related to age and sex segregation. Sharing that in Mozambique, we also have a Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Affairs, which has a strategy and national plan on gender. And according to that, we have the obligation as a government to segregate age and sex when presenting all kinds of data information. And in this regard, we also have the obligation to, it also supports the government in identifying its priorities within the year plan, as we shared before, and also with the report that we usually have to submit and share with the Parliament and through the Parliament to the all countries. So I also agree with the comment made by the old member of UNICEF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. We have a bit of time for a couple of questions. Now suddenly you are awake. Okay. First, Richard Morgan, then you second, third, oh my goodness. Okay, you have had your chance. No, you go ahead. Okay, that's 4, 5, 6, and we conclude with that, okay? Richard, please, Richard Morgan.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And please introduce yourselves, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Morgan, Nutrition International Board Member of ACPF and also Old UNICEF. Thank you to the 4 honourable ministers. I agree so much with Honourable Minister from Malawi about breaking the rules, so I'm going to break the rules slightly. First of all, I take this gathering somehow as a committee for the survival of humanity. We're facing an existential crisis. The point I want to make and suggest humbly is that I feel there is an absolute lack of research on what is happening to children in Africa as elsewhere. There's not child-centered research on how this climate emergency is affecting their health, their nutrition, their psychology, their family life and their perceptions and aspirations of their future. I think I would suggest we need a massive investment in child-focused research led by children and young people themselves, together with African research institutions, to understand what is happening, so the wonderful policies that the honourable ministers have described can be made to work in practice on the basis of relevant national research. And I also suggest that this massive investment in African research be financed as part of the reparations from the fossil fuel industry globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Who was the second person? Who was number two? Yourself? Okay, go ahead, please. Your name, your affiliation, please.
Thank
and
you.
Then a short statement.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Omar Mbake from the Gambia. I am the Director of Policy Development, Strategic Planning and Reporting for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. I just want to add on to the interventions that have been mentioned by my Honorable Minister in terms of climate change with respect to children in my country. My ministry is the youngest ministry that is created by the government of the Gambia. Under her leadership, when she came into office, she wanted to have a grip of the situation of Gambian children. She proposed to us to do a comprehensive study of all the issues that are affecting children in the Gambia in order to pave the way forward as far as policy directives are concerned. This study was conducted, and one of the most important findings that was realized in the study was the impact of climate change that has affected children in the Gambian population. What we have realized is the same thing. It's not different from what the previous speakers have mentioned. Climate change has exacerbated the child protection issues in the country. As a country, we are now trying to mobilize all efforts, ranging from government, non-government, civil society, in order to have a clear-cut policy directive in terms of how do we protect the children as far as climate change is concerned. What we are currently doing is to have a national child protection policy, which will have a main pillar that is enshrined in it, climate change impact in terms of mitigation and response. At the national level, we have the green climate change under the Ministry of Environment. We are now working with them to ensure that sector policies and strategies are sensitive to climate change, not neglecting, leaving behind the issues of children. This is important because if you want to make sure you gain whatever thing you are doing in terms of intervening for children, it has to be shaped. You have to have a clear-cut direction. So this is why we realized it's important we have a policy that is sensitive to climate change at the level of the sector, and at the national sector you have clear-cut, priorities that are enshrined in national development and other policy directives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next, I think it is yourself. Yes, please. Could you please make your intervention as brief as possible? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Professor Fode M. Jawad. I'm the Minister of the Environment, Sierra Leone. Just a couple of things to add on to what my sister, the Honorable Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, mentioned. And I'll start with, maybe she forgot to say that her ministry is a brand new stand-alone ministry, just like the Ministry of the Environment. And that tells you about the political will. When we came to power, there was no Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. It was combined with social welfare. There was no Ministry of the Environment. So the President, in his wisdom, established these two ministries for Gender and Children's Affairs and the Ministry of the Environment. So luckily, the two of us are here. I also want to talk about a school curriculum. We are developing a school curriculum that includes climate change and environmental issues in primary, secondary, and tertiary education. We believe children, as young as they are, and considering that Sierra Leone has about 70% illiteracy rate, they can learn it from school and go back to inform their illiterate siblings or family members. I want to talk about the empowerment bill, and that tells you that as a country, we are gender sensitive. There is a bill that is asking for 30% of women, and my president is very passionate about that. About radical inclusion, we also have that as part of the system, wherein even if girls are pregnant, they are allowed to go to school because we believe girls do better these days than boys. About tree planting, I will talk about that tomorrow in my statement, but we are doing 5 million trees between now 2024 and 25 million trees by 2030. And in addition to that, we have implemented a program wherein each child plants a tree in school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And who was the... Aha. No, new ones are coming up. Okay, let me just take care of these. But please limit yourself to about 1 minute at the most, please, because there are so many people who would like to participate in this discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also extend my regards to the various speakers. I'm Lamin Fati from the Gambia, National Coordinator for the Child Protection Alliance. Mine is a short one. It's looking at the area of the issue of private sector involvement. I know all the speakers that have talked about the issues or the efforts that they've been making to see how they combat the issue of climate change. I haven't heard any of the speakers made any mention of the proper inclusion of the private sector in the fight against climate change. Because I am of the opinion, especially when you looked at the specific area around real estate. We know that in my country, we have the inflows of private businesses getting into the real estate business. And as a result of that, we have seen communities being denied community land and being turned into real estate. And in so doing also, we look at the issue of the environmental impact, because this we're talking about deforestation, where we have the cutting down of trees and also trying to also create infrastructures that derive people from having their livelihood. So I don't know, this would be a general question to all the panelists to see whether there is any strategy from each of these governments where they have any policy in place to make sure that at the end of the day, the private sector is not only being seen, visible in the problem, but also too visible in addressing the issues of climate change affecting children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now I turn to this side. The lady over here, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm visually impaired. I can't see who it is. And then I think there is Ato Gazaheng from Oxfam. So let's take the two and we'll see. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Judith Olo from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Law School in Nairobi, Kenya. I have two contributions. Number one is just to address my brother who comes from UNICEF, who was saying that, who had a different opinion about children being included or being looked at specifically when it comes to issues of climate change. And I just wanted to intervene by saying that addressing children separately under climate change, number one, acknowledges that climate change affects children differently, and that allows us to have specific interventions that address child rights interests. And that for me is really a plus, because a lot of things are really coming out. A lot of times children are overshadowed by adult issues. So this allows us to get to the nitty-gritty details of specifically how this issue affects children and helps us to arrive at very, very specific outcomes. My second intervention is just to appreciate my sisters sitting up there, to say that it is really good to know that there's a lot happening when it comes to child protection and the environment, especially at the ministerial level. I just was wondering, I have seen that lately or in the recent past, there's a lot of intervention by youth-led organizations in the sphere of climate change and children or climate change and the youth. I was just wondering what kind of measures they have put in place to just see that these interventions are not ad hoc, they are not opportunistic, they are not tokenistic in nature, but how do they streamline intervention of youth and children in these issues as a matter of law or as a matter of policy? I thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please. You are the last speaker.
Thank you very much. My name is Gazahain. I'm the country director of Oxfam in Ethiopia. Mine is a brief suggestion and not a question. I think this conference is blessed by the fact that we have so many ministers attending this conference, and quite a number of them as panelists as well. And we have been talking about accountability in all what we do. And ACPF has gone through, I think this is the 9th international conference. So many important things have been done in the past, and very known changes have also been documented from what I know. And this particular conference on children and climate change is warranting a specific kind of attention because of its nature. And as you know, most of us are obsessed by going to conferences, and we have developed so many conference goers, but not so much of looking back and asking as to what has happened after that. So because the fact that we have so many ministers here, I believe we are blessed to really put together some kind of mechanism by which we can, look into what is going to happen after this conference. I'm sure going back, each of these ministers will take responsibility, regardless of how long they stay in their current positions. They should be ambassadors in terms of taking this whole issue forward. And my suggestion is, as part of the conclusion, tomorrow as part of the conclusion of this conference, there needs to be some mechanism by which we hold each one of us accountable, and most importantly, the ministers who have been in this conference. I think it is very, very important. Let's not focus on events alone. We need to focus on the outcome of that event, which is very important. Thank you very much.
Well, that is a fantastic way of concluding the discussion from the floor. And I hope the Executive Director of ACPF, Dr. Joan Nyanyuki, would have heard what the gentleman from Oxfam has just said. Thank you very much. Now, I think I'd like to give some, the Minister from Sierra Leone would like to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just the comments made about private sector involvement. I think that's a really good point. I think it's an untapped area. What we've been able to do in Sierra Leone, we have mineral in Sierra Leone, as a lot of people know, and so we have mining companies. So a recent legislation about 2 weeks ago that I've been able to pass through Parliament is to ensure that every mining company has an annual license. And so to qualify for you to have your license on an annual basis must have gender and children's impact assessment. And so that assessment will then determine what the effect of their work on the climate and the environment that's affecting women and children, and propose mitigation and actions to remedy that. So that's one big step for us that the private sector involvement is going to come into effect to help us mitigate and look again at long-term measures that we can take. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
I would like to thank our seniors for coming up with those recommendations. But I would like to thank Your Excellency, Madam Machel, and through you to the Executive Director of the ACPF. When they're talking about the data or research. Whatever we are discussing here is out of research. You remember under the UN, when we failed to meet the 8 Millennium Development Goals, we came up with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we are coming up also, we came up with the African Union 2063 agenda. All these are out of the findings and research. Where are we falling short? But also the African Child Policy Forum, he has been everywhere. And this organization is doing a lot, doing research and meeting the children themselves, say what is it that there are challenges that member states are supposed to respond. And through some of the organizations who are here, I would like to thank you, because in Malawi we work with, under the PPP, with a number of stakeholders, and Oxfam as well. And what is it that we're supposed to do when you go back? We will still engage Oxfam in Malawi to keep supporting the interventions which we are having. And also other stakeholders, the Irish government, World Bank, a number of stakeholders whom we work with. And we've also discussed with the ACPF that they'll be coming back also to Malawi to see whatever the children themselves highlighted to us. Are those being implemented? Are we doing it? Are we doing a lot for them? For the children. So all these, the policies which we've been having, the legislations which we've been having, there are those out of the research findings which we found to say, what is it that we're supposed to do to break the roots and to make sure that our children are being protected and to make sure that we reduce the gender-based violence, to make sure that we engage the persons with disability, albinism, but also the elderly, that they've got to be part and parcel of it, and to make sure that the generation to come should make a better nation, a better region, a better world to live. So all these, what we are doing and the interrelations which we are working with, the banks, the NGOs, a number of NGOs, and making sure that we have also legislations on NGOs, that we need to see to it that what is it that they're doing in the implementation of our legislations. So we promise, and we've been promising to you, and I'm sure, Mr. Chairperson, is because you gave us only 5 minutes. That's why there are a number of questions. Next time, give us a lot of time than questions, that we highlight all those. In the course of explaining what we are doing, it will be an issue also of reducing the questions which are supposed to come from the floor. That what is it that we are doing? What is it that we are doing? We are doing a lot as your sisters, as your mothers, and we are happy the ACPF has also invited our brothers and sisters in the natural resources that we work together in the implementations of some of these policies, i.e. mitigation of climate change which we have in the country. We thank you very much, and we are looking forward to work with you in our member states when you go back. Thanks so much.
Madam, you got more than what was officially given, more than 7 minutes. Huh? Okay, please. Madam Kinte, please. Yeah. All right.
Thank you very much. I want to agree with my colleague. Because the chairperson gave us limited time, some of us just browsed through our presentation, but the good thing is we're going to share the soft copy with the organizers. In the Gambia, just like my colleague mentioned, some of the things that we are doing in terms of addressing climate change as it affects children. The National Development Plan is being revised at the moment, and from the view of climate change. And my ministry is the newest ministry in the Gambia, Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. And we are in charge of women, children, the elderly, the vulnerable, and people with disabilities. So I set a strong team to the review of the NDP, so that my team looks at, in addition to other gender issues, the team looks at climate change from the perspective of children, women, people with disability, and the elderly, because these people are all different in their own ways, and climate change affects them differently. So the program that we are going to come up with in the next 5 years will address these people from different perspectives, more especially from the perspective of climate change. The private sector, yes, we are very mindful of this. About 2 months ago, the Vice President organized a cabinet retreat. And one of the things that we discussed was having a law preventing the sale of land. Because in the Gambia, the real estate agents are buying a lot of land and transforming it into households, compounds, and selling it. And in doing that, they are cutting down trees and buying land which is meant for agricultural purposes. If that continues, our children and our children's children will not have land to settle on. As a result, we agreed at that retreat that we are going to come up with a law, of course, working closely with the private sector, more especially the real estate agents, and also the communities, of course, and do a thorough sensitization so as to limit and eventually stop the sale of land to real estate agents. Social protection, and we all agree, is for women, children, people with disability, the elderly, and the vulnerable. In 2020, after the flash floods, we got funding from UNICEF, and we quickly conducted an assessment of those affected with children. And we came up with a support to each of those families by giving through food allocation and also cash transfer. This is in addition to the countrywide program of social protection by the government with funding from World Bank, which is providing food and cash transfer to communities across the country. And as we are speaking, a strong team is being prepared to go to the World Bank over the weekend to start work next week on the second phase of our social protection program. And my ministry, although the youngest, but we are the ones dealing with the vulnerable, we have a big stake in that. So we are sending a strong team to Washington to start negotiations on the next phase of the social protection program. And on return to Gambia, a World Bank mission will be filed, and they'll work with myself and the other members of the team to make sure that there's sort of focus on people that my ministry is concerned about, and we address their concerns at every level through the social protection program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all, on behalf of ACPF, thank the ministers here for their, in my view, extremely useful comments and contributions. Thank you so very much. I would also like to thank, on behalf of ACPF, the many distinguished government officials who are here with us. This has been one of the most highly represented conferences held by ACPF. I would just like to take advantage of my position and abuse you with a couple of comments that I would like to share with you. And that is this: in a way, what I'm really pleading for is for the need to contextualize our discussion and the kinds of recommendations that we make. Without context, our recommendations are likely to be piecemeal, and they're unlikely to be taken up very seriously. I would say that the first thing that we should really push for as part of our recommendation, because without that, I don't think we'll make a headway. The first recommendation is to make sure and to pressure governments to ensure that children come first in their overall budgetary policies, in their environmental policies, in whatever they do. Children first. This is number one. Number two, I'm very glad that ACPF picked up this subject area for discussion. They are, by so doing, drawing attention to an important area of concern, the situation of children in situations where climate change has been severe and continues to remain severe. And this, in a way, should be followed up by what Richard Morgan suggested, namely the idea of building our knowledge on the impact of climate change on children. This is extremely important for advocacy purposes, and that therefore we should know to do more research, and we should get to know more about the impact. The third thing I would like to propose is to draw attention, and I was really surprised that our ministers here did not refer to this, but one of the most serious problems we have in Africa, and I think to a large extent in many parts of the developing world, Asia, for example, is that ministries and agencies, government agencies entrusted with children issues are not sufficiently resourced. They are not sufficiently budgeted. In many cases, the person or persons responsible may be no more than 2 or 3 people who are supposed to be responsible for children's issues. And therefore, the enhancing, strengthening the capacity of ministries that are concerned with children's issues is extremely important if they're going to be effective in advocacy within the Council of Ministers, within the Council of Government. Okay. The third thing I'd like to suggest is this. You know, we have to be very careful about asking for this, asking for that, asking for this, and so on and so forth. Okay. The problem is that in many of our countries, we do not have the structures to carry out the kinds of tasks that we're talking about. And in this respect, one question I would have is, shouldn't we also think about global macro types of policies as a means of addressing the special vulnerabilities of children? For example, Madam, you mentioned the idea of providing free school feeding for all children. That has an enormous impact, you know, on vulnerabilities and so on. If you did do that, you can make an impact on child poverty, also on the school enrollment and so on. I also wonder, I'm a bit hesitant about mentioning this and this kind of environment, but let me do so. In my view, our attempt to address poverty through piecemeal measures is unlikely to take us very far, in my view. I wonder, even if our resources are limited, I wonder if we shouldn't really consider something like a minimum floor of protection for every citizen, for every family, and for every child. Now, this means really a totally new approach to the idea of the responsibility of the state, to begin with, towards the citizenry, and a new approach in terms of solidarity on a collective basis. Now, some of the ideas that Beveridge made in the UK immediately after the war, they were big. They were almost monstrous when you consider the fact that the country was coming out of war and its resources were limited. But shouldn't we be bold? Shouldn't we think in terms of measures that are of a global nature, meaning something that would address, for example, poverty by way of basic, universal, basic income, which would be offered to everybody? Now, of course, that universal basic income will have to be related to the development of the level of development of the country. But at least by so doing, in your own limited way, you would be in a position to attack the worst forms of poverty and the worst forms of child poverty, and by so doing, in a way, provide protection to children under severe conditions like climate change and so on and so forth. So I was just wondering if we shouldn't really think along those lines. And finally, of course, is the importance of a child protection system. If you do not have a child protection system, my goodness, what are we talking about? We're talking about child marriage under a severe climatic situation. We don't have the protection system. You don't have the system and the structure to carry out those policies. And this therefore means really that we should think in terms of first things first. We should make sure that we push our government to establish the right kinds of child protection structures, child protection systems, if we are to address some of these other problems that we're talking about. The point I'm trying to make is, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about specific problems. We should. But we had better locate them within a larger national conversation, a national discourse, a national narrative, a national policy to address some of the problems concerning child rights and child well-being. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, can I say something? Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, some of the things you are saying, we already have, you know what, in this conference,
Thank you very much, Dr. Asafa. May I ask the ministerial panel to join the plenary, as there's a second panel that is going to take their seats at the podium. I have a proposal to make. Normally, this is time for coffee, but in the interest of time and to gain on some of the time that we have lost this morning, may I propose to push the coffee break to after the last session? Does everybody agree? Do we agree? Yes, good. So I will call on the next panelist. I will start with the chair, Madame Christelle Kaloul. She's the Director of Children Believe, West Africa. We have a young climate activist from Uganda, Ms. Leah Namugerwa, from Fridays for Future. Monsieur Mohamedou Lamine Cissé, he's the President of the Africa-wide Movement for Children. Monsieur Turjuman Laibe, President, Human Rights Without Borders from Chad. And Mr. Solomon Legesse, he's the General Manager of Support for Sustainable Development from Ethiopia. Thank you.
Bonsoir à tous. I would like to allow English speakers to use their earphones because we are going to shift into French, please. Messieurs, Mesdames les ministres, Madame Gracia Marcel, présidente du conseil d'administration de ACPF, partenaires et supporters de ACPF, chers participants, distingués invités, je voudrais vous accueillir chaleureusement à ce panel sur le thème de l'activisme communautaire ou militantisme communautaire. Je vous remercie déjà d'avoir accepté de sacrifier à votre pause café afin que nous puissions poursuivre les travaux. C'est très gentil de votre part et c'est un thème, je suis sûre que nous allons beaucoup apprécier à la suite du panel ministériel, parce que ce sont des efforts qui se complètent. Et donc, vous êtes chaleureusement les bienvenus. Et je voudrais donc accueillir les différents panélistes à cette tribune. Et en guise d'introduction, juste dire que nous sommes tous conscients que la plupart des changements positifs que nous expérimentons dans nos vécus, nous le devons très souvent grâce à l'effort et à l'engagement des activistes, et surtout au niveau communautaire. Des fois, ils travaillent dans des contextes très difficiles, dans des coins suffisamment reculés, et ils travaillent sur des questions qui font des pressions par moments sur les gouvernements, qui appellent le privé ou les autres acteurs à plus de redevabilité et qui font également des campagnes sur des actions urgentes comme ce que nous sommes en train des sujets comme ce que nous sommes en train d'aborder cet après-midi. Et tout cela, il est bon de s'arrêter pour échanger sur cette thématique changement climatique et droits de l'enfant, pour également entendre ceux qui sont sur le terrain et qui font également un travail formidable. Et je voudrais donc accueillir mademoiselle Lei Namugira, qui est à ma gauche, et militante pour le climat, Fridays for Future de l'Ouganda. Bienvenue. Et également M. Mahamoudou Lamine Sissé, à ma droite, président du mouvement Africa-Wide Movement for Children, qui est également là avec une présentation, et M. Tour Djouman Laïbé, président du mouvement des droits humains sans frontières, si je ne me trompe pas, du Tchad. Et enfin, M. Salomon Leghezi, directeur général du soutien au développement durable de l'Éthiopie. Bienvenue donc à chacun de vous. Vous avez 5 minutes qui ne seront pas extensibles, 7 minutes qui ne seront pas extensibles, compte tenu donc des contraintes de temps. Et il vous sera demandé donc de nous dire un peu ce qui est fait sur le terrain, que ce soit à travers vos engagements et vos actions individuelles ou à travers vos associations ou vos mouvements, et que vous puissiez également nous entretenir sur le niveau de compréhension au niveau communautaire des questions de changement climatique. Et nous espérons que si nous restons dans ce créneau de 7 minutes par personne, nous pourrons prendre 1 ou 2 questions afin de ne pas abuser donc, de la gentillesse et de l'amabilité de nos participants. Sur ce, je voudrais commencer en donnant la parole à M. Sissé. Non, à Mademoiselle Lé, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow soldiers on the Conservation and Climate Change Front, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this forum for giving me the platform for networking and information sharing on key issues that affect our daily lives. My name is Leah Namgera. I'm a climate activist and child rights activist, a captain of the Ugandan Youth Front on the climate change on issues. I'm a captain of the Ugandan Youth Front to combat climate injustices in order to build low carbon and resilient futures for a sustainable future. Uganda is greatly affected by climate change and its implications. and this manifests through droughts, landslides, and floods, and which have increased in the past years, especially droughts. The country's well-being and economy greatly depends on climate change, and this leaves us more highly vulnerable to climate change. Agriculture being the backbone of my motherland, we depend on climate for survival. And with these harsh weather conditions, surviving at home is hard. And this has brought a lot of injustices to communities. People have registered a lot of losses. There's a growing number of orphans. It is hard for one to find what to eat. Landslides have left many homeless. It is heartbreaking that the people that contribute less to the effects of climate change are being affected the most. And it is very sad that majority of our people don't even know how to handle this case or how to survive. After realizing that less was done by our leaders, I volunteered myself. I led the team to organize all-embracing rallies and protests involving all different kinds of people, regardless of age, gender, and physical abilities, aimed at making our demands from the government known and maybe make politicians listen. I also started a project called Birthday Trees. When I was turning 15 years old, I decided to plant 200 trees. When I was turning 16, I planted 500. When I was turning 17, I planted 700. And when I was turning 18 last month, I planted 800 trees. And with this, I called on people to do the same on their birthdays as a way of giving back to Mother Earth. Those that cannot plant in their areas, I planted on their behalf. And with my own plants, with my own hands, I planted over 30,000 trees and still counting. At such a tender age, I had the feeling that I had more that I could do. I started LEA Initiative to help suffering children, helpless mothers, and disabled people. With a donation from generous friends, we reach out to children and families that hardly survive. With these reach outs, I came to realize that it is not human to live a luxurious life when there are fellow humans out there suffering. LEA Initiative is restoring gardens that were destroyed by harsh weather conditions. Handouts and food plugs may not be sustainable, but when we create nursery beds and give out seedlings, it is sustainable. We have done a lot of awareness, and more so, leading by example. With this, I want to create a generation that cares for the environment. And I want to let my fellow young people know that planet Earth is the only place we call home, and it is everyone's duty to protect everything that has life from getting extinct. I'm proud that a big number is registered on a caring generation. I'm proud that one who started one, many are joining me. I'm proud that I've touched and saved lives. I'm proud that 1 or 2 will join the great initiative of saving planet Earth. And I believe that with your caring hearts, we shall save. With the right decisions some of us are about to make, create a caring generation. A brick will be added on justice, justice on earth, justice on humans, justice on living, and justice on those who contributed less. Science tells us that we are the last generation to do something to save planet Earth, and we do not have planet B. Today, I want us to realize that we have a moral responsibility towards our environment and our planet. Stopping climate change is not easy, but if we work together as one, our micro efforts will become a micro effect on our environment and our planet. What is stopping us from taking action? Is it because we're already in our future? What is it that we're not saving our lives, ourselves? The survival of every living being on planet Earth depends on how we handle our environment. Together, let us get out of our comfort zones and take serious climate action. The climate crisis is a crisis, so let us treat it as a crisis. Together we can build a safe, low-carbon, fossil-free, sustainable, and better world for everyone. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Encore une fois, vos acclamations pour Mademoiselle Lee, pour ce qu'elle a fait. C'est extraordinaire. Et elle dit qu'ils peuvent faire encore mieux, pourvu qu'on leur donne de l'espace. Sur ce, je voudrais passer la parole à Monsieur Cissé pour son intervention.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame. Et merci aux participants, merci aux organisateurs. Il n'est pas toujours trop de présenter l'organisation qu'on représente parce que peut-être beaucoup dans la salle ne savent pas ce que veut dire AMC, qui est mouvement, un réseau d'organisation, et d'institutions qui travaillent sur les enfants. Et nous sommes présents dans 47 pays en Afrique, à travers souvent des coalitions nationales. Mais le mouvement contribue aussi à l'émergence d'une voix africaine pour les enfants. Nous défendons et nous faisons aussi un plaidoyer et lobbying pour la protection et la promotion de l'intérêt supérieur des enfants africains. Et notre travail, c'est de promouvoir la solidarité et de fournir un soutien mutuel entre les organisations de défense des droits de l'enfant. Nous aimons toujours jouer un rôle d'interface entre les organisations de la société civile, mais aussi entre le gouvernement et les autres organes de traité pour qu'ils puissent respecter leurs engagements pris à travers des conventions et des accords. Je vais parler du changement climatique, risques et impacts en Afrique de l'Ouest et au Sahel. Nous avons un peu orienté notre intervention sur l'Afrique de l'Ouest parce que nous nous sommes rendus compte que d'autres parties d'Afrique sont là et on fait des présentations enrichissantes. Donc, c'est pour cela que nous nous sommes un peu focalisés sur l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et comme vous le savez, l'Afrique de l'Ouest et le Sahel sont l'une des régions du monde les plus vulnérables à la variabilité et au changement climatique. L'extrême variabilité climatique a entraîné des pertes agricoles, des crises alimentaires récurrentes, à la fois des pénuries d'eau et des inondations extrêmes, ainsi qu'une dégradation de l'environnement. Avec le changement climatique, nous assistons à l'insécurité alimentaire des enfants accentuée. Des multiples chocs ont rendu les aliments plus rares et plus chers et ont joué à aggraver la malnutrition. ANC estime, selon les études, qu'en 2021, environ 27 millions d'Africains de l'Ouest ont eu besoin d'une assistance alimentaire impactant gravement la nutrition des enfants. Bien que toute la population soit touchée, les enfants sont parmi les plus vulnérables au changement climatique. Ça, il faut le savoir. Les risques d'être touchés par les maladies comme le paludisme, le choléra ou encore par les maladies diarrhéiques sont encore plus importants lorsque les précipitations s'intensifient et que les températures augmentent. Les enfants et les jeunes vivant en République centrafricaine, au Tchad, au Nigeria, en Guinée-Conakry et en Guinée-Bissau sont les plus exposés aux impacts du changement climatique, menaçant leur santé, leur éducation, leur protection et les exposant à des maladies mortelles. Les enfants de 7 pays de la région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre figurent dans le top 10 des enfants les plus touchés par les changements climatiques dans le monde. Nous pouvons en citer le Nigeria, la Guinée-Conakry, la Guinée-Bissau qui occupent les premières places parmi ces classements. Face aux sécheresses et autres conditions météorologiques extrêmement, beaucoup de familles perdent leurs revenus et cette situation prive les enfants d'éducation et alimente le cercle vicieux de la pauvreté dont les premières victimes sont encore les enfants qui sont les plus vulnérables. Même si les enfants de la région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest sont les plus exposés aux impacts du changement climatique, les politiques et les programmes y afférents ne tiennent pas suffisamment compte de leurs besoins et droits légitimes. Ils sont à peine adaptés aux enfants. Et à cet effet, nous, organisations comme AMC, nous suggérons aux États africains de prendre des mesures appropriées en finançant les mesures d'adaptation et d'atténuation, mais aussi de réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre sans retarder le développement, parce que nous ne pouvons pas les réduire en tardant aussi le développement. Définir une nouvelle voie vers le développement en prenant compte de la dimension droit de l'enfant. Je parlais de l'activisme communautaire et participation des enfants. Les dernières années ont marqué la montée de la nouvelle dispensation de l'activisme climatique et des protestations dans lesquelles les adolescents ont occupé le devant de la scène. Et heureusement aussi. Cependant, l'action climatique à travers l'activisme des enfants n'est pas aussi dynamique qu'elle devrait l'être, étant donné la prévalence de l'inaction climatique à travers le continent. Il faut faire plus d'efforts. L'AMC, à travers les coalitions nationales, est en train d'initier une campagne de sensibilisation et de lobbying dans les 47 pays où il est présent à travers les coalitions nationales, afin d'interpeller les gouvernements, les institutions nationales, mais les institutions régionales et sous-régionales, mais aussi sans oublier les communautés pour s'activer davantage pour prendre en compte l'impact du changement climatique sur les enfants que nous défendons. Je continue encore sur l'activisme communautaire et participation des enfants. Le cas de la Gambie que je vais citer tout de suite en félicitant ma sœur qui a fait tout de suite la présentation, une brillante présentation. La Gambie est citée en exemple parce que les jeunes Gambiens ont initié ce qu'on appelle Climate Change Solution Festival, une initiative d'apprentissage interactif entre les pairs et entre les étudiants et professionnels, ciblant les écoliers âgés de 13 à 18 ans dans tout le pays. Le festival visait à apprendre avec et auprès des enfants d'âge scolaire, des organisations non gouvernementales aussi et d'autres acteurs à travers la Gambie sur les impacts existants du changement climatique et les solutions qu'il faut trouver aussi. L'adaptation d'atténuation afin d'encourager les jeunes à s'engager dans le climat et la santé, la science et stimuler la discussion entre les jeunes et les autres délégués pour examiner les priorités liées au changement climatique. Tout ça, c'est les jeunes Gambiens qui ont initié cela. AMC, en septembre 2022, a publié un communiqué de presse partagé dans nos réseaux, interpellé aussi nos partenaires, pour souligner la nécessité d'une mutualisation des forces de tous les acteurs en s'inscrivant dans l'activisme communautaire pour prendre des mesures afin de minimiser l'impact du climat sur les enfants. Qu'ont fait les membres, on me demandera toujours qu'est-ce que les membres de l'ANC ont fait pour tout ce qui se passe au Sahel et en Afrique de l'Ouest, mais généralement en Afrique, parce que nous intervenons dans la région Afrique. L'ANC, dans sa mission de promotion et de protection des droits de l'enfant, a mené des campagnes de plaidoyer et de lobbying à travers les coalitions nationales, afin d'interpeller les gouvernements sur la nécessité de prendre des mesures appropriées. Notre organisation réfléchit actuellement pour l'élaboration d'un plan stratégique des communautés pour plus d'implication de la base. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci, Monsieur Cissé. Vous avez même fait, vous êtes dans le temps. Et merci de partager cet exemple de la Gambie qui inspire également plus d'autres et de revenir également sur le cas de l'Afrique de l'Ouest qui permet d'avoir une variété de vues dans cette auguste assemblée. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre et là nous allons nous diriger vers le Tchad et nous allons donner la parole à Monsieur Tourjuman. Voilà, merci.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Chers participants, bonsoir. Comme vous le savez, à chaque fois quand les interventions ou bien les présentations, le Tchad revient à chaque fois. C'est-à-dire que le Tchad est au centre de toutes les formes de changement climatique qui se passent de nos jours. Parce que le Tchad se situe au milieu du Sahel où le changement climatique joue énormément sur le Tchad. Donc nous allons rapidement vous présenter ce que ce Droits de l'homme sans frontières. Droits de l'homme sans frontières était juste une organisation de droit tchadien qui est née en 1999. Les objectifs, c'était tout simplement de défendre les violations des droits de l'homme à travers le monde et de défendre également et promouvoir les droits économiques, sociaux, culturels, civils et politiques. Assurer également la promotion de défense des droits des enfants ainsi que le bien-être de l'enfant et de la femme, des réfugiés, des migrants et des minorités. Nous faisons également la promotion de l'éducation civique et électorale en vue de la bonne gouvernance et des élections libres et transparentes acceptées par tous. Et nous faisons également de promouvoir, de défendre la démocratie et en assurant de la culture de la paix. Alors, donc, nous avons quelques domaines que nous intervenons, et je viens juste de citer déjà, c'est les plus qu'on nous perçoit, la promotion et la protection des droits humains, l'éducation civique et consorts, la bonne gouvernance et le renforcement des capacités organisationnelles. Et nous faisons également des assistances juridiques, et nous luttons aussi contre la traite des personnes, en particulier des enfants et des femmes. Et donc, nous avons quelques activités que nous réalisons. Nous réalisons des consultations juridiques, et nous faisons également des visites trimestrielles dans les lieux de détention. Nous élaborons des rapports alternatifs sur la situation civique des droits de l'homme. Nous réalisons également des émissions pour la sensibilisation de la population dans les thématiques différentes, en lien également avec les campagnes sur le changement climatique. Nous accompagnons également les systèmes d'alerte précoce mis en place par des matières de protection des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Nous assurons également la protection des manières de la première ligne de défense des droits de l'homme, nos organisations d'émission des comptes et consorts. Alors, comme je viens de le dire ici dans le contexte du Tchad, à l'image d'autres pays non industrialisés, le Tchad n'émet que peu de gaz et veuillez m'excuser ici, mon écran ici bouge de temps en temps, donc voilà. Donc en principe, à cause du réchauffement climatique, la population tchadienne est parmi les plus vulnérables du monde. Et à ces effets, les températures qui sont très élevées et qui augmentent les canicules des pluviométries qui diminuent, la désertification s'attend. Comme témoin, un autre lac Tchad, que vous savez très bien, peut-être vous savez, lac Tchad, au début qui était à 25 km², actuellement le lac Tchad est à 2500 km². Donc les effets du changement climatique se répercutent de manière dramatique sur l'environnement et sur la vie des Tchadiens. Ces changements climatiques affectent la vie sociale au Tchad. Selon les données issues de l'annuaire statistique de 2020, qui sont alimentées l'analyse du besoin de cycle, le Tchad dispose des taux de mortalité très élevés. Ce taux est de 860 décès sur 1000. Ce qui fait que le changement climatique a connu beaucoup de situations. Et en même temps également, ces changements climatiques entraînent également le mariage précoce des enfants, et bien qu'il y a des lois qui interdisent cela, mais cela continue toujours à faire que les filles se marient à l'âge de 13 ans et à l'âge de 12 ans. Il y a une loi qui interdit cela, mais nous savons à un certain moment, les gens n'arrivent pas à respecter les lois. Alors, sur les enfants, sur la santé des enfants, nous savons très bien que les conséquences du changement climatique ont un impact direct sur la santé des enfants. Les filles, les garçons courent un grand risque de maladies infectieuses, sous-nutrition, maladies diarrhétiques et des stricts thématiques et consorts. Ces risques touchent particulièrement le paludisme, le choléra ou encore par des maladies diarrhétiques. Le changement climatique et l'insécurité alimentaire des enfants accentuée. La dégradation de l'environnement et des changements climatiques entraînent des phénomènes de météorologie d'une intensité illégale, ayant de graves conséquences sur la sécurité alimentaire. Ce qui fait qu'à un certain moment, il n'y a pas d'aliments, il y a des malnutritions et les enfants ne sont pas vraiment nourris comme il le faut. Et le changement climatique au Tchad, comme je viens de dire tout à l'heure, le Tchad est situé dans un milieu où il y a trop de désert et en même temps également il y a une partie qui a un peu de pâturage, ce qui fait qu'il y a des déplacements de temps en temps d'un autre côté à l'autre et ce qui fait que les enfants se déplacent, du coup les enfants perdent également des scolarités, ils n'arrivent pas bien à suivre également le cours. Dans le cadre, dans certaines choses, ce qui joue sur les enfants ici, le changement climatique, au lieu que les enfants partent à l'école de 7h finir à 13h, ils partent à 7h pour finir à 11h, ce qui fait que l'éducation même est en train de diminuer au Tchad. Alors les changements climatiques, encore comme je disais tout à l'heure, concernant également l'alimentation, ce qui fait que beaucoup des enfants n'arrivent pas à se nourrir comme il le faut parce que les parents n'ont pas accès à la terre, ni également accès aux eaux pour faire de certaines choses. Et ce qui fait directement que l'accès des enfants à l'éducation est perturbé par ces événements et que à tout moment, à chaque fois, il faut que ces enfants aient quand même de certaines choses à voir. Donc les impacts sur les enfants, je disais tout à l'heure qu'il y a des changements de protection des enfants, le manque de moyens de subsistance et de contrôle et consorts. Notre travail en tant que défenseur des droits de l'homme est que nous faisons en ce moment-là les ancrages d'un programme promouvant des qualités de l'éducation au Tchad. Donc à travers nos actions, nous partons dans les lycées, dans les écoles pour dire aux enfants de planter les arbres. Donc nous leur demandons de planter des arbres et en même temps de les protéger. Et ce qui fait qu'à chaque fois nous partons dans ces endroits-là, nous les demandons et en collaboration avec notre ministère de l'Environnement, que nous avons initié un mois, le mois à partir du 1er juillet au 31 juillet, nous appelons ça le mois de l'arbre. Et ce mois-là, nous invitons toute population d'aller planter au moins un arbre ou bien deux et les entretenir à fur et à mesure. Donc, pour rappel, c'est pour vous dire tout simplement que le manque de moyens subsistants contribue largement au risque de violence envers les enfants. Dans ce contexte extrême de pauvreté provoqué par les conséquences du changement climatique et de l'exploitation des enfants développés, le travail des enfants et des mariages précoces des enfants des soldats, ce qui fait qu'il y a beaucoup d'enfants soldats et d'autres violations sexuelles, physiques, psychologiques, c'est une réalité. Donc, sur ce, je vous remercie.
Merci. Vous avez également respecté votre temps et même on a gagné 1 minute. Donc nous allons poursuivre et nous allons revenir en Éthiopie où nous allons donner la parole à M. Salomon pour son intervention. Merci.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I would like to thank the organizer, ACPF, for inviting us to this important conference. My presentation will focus on the case of SSD experience in Afar regional states. Afar is one of the 11 regional states of Ethiopia. My presentation outline is, I will talk a little bit about my organization, SSD, and I will talk about the context of Afar region in relation to climate change, and SSD's key thematic areas related to climate change and our success stories and outcomes. And also, at the end, I will mention what we have been learned by implementing climate change adaptation in the past 10 years. SSD is a non-profit charity organization established in May 2003 to support the development initiatives of marginalized communities of Ethiopia, particularly in Afar. The organization works towards ensuring sustainably enhance the livelihood of target groups through increasing food and income security, promoting basic social services, ensuring gender equality, and protecting and managing the environment. When you look into the Afar region, it's not different from the other pastoralist areas in Ethiopia. In Afar region, there are a prolonged drought, erratic rainfall, and related floods are the key risks that cause food shortage in the region. The rain failure and erratic nature with a long dry open period of nearly from 7 to 10 months, it causes serious challenges to the livelihood and food security of the community, particularly affecting women and children. Presently, as mentioned in the morning as well, the hazards of climate change have increased both in frequency and in severity. So communities who are working with us also confirm that in the past, drought-related shocks used to occur every 10 years, but recently, now occurring every 2 years. So the intensity and the frequency of climate change is very visible in these days. When you come to SSD thematic areas, SSD is implementing an irrigation-based integrated development programs. And the main components of the program is, the first one is irrigation infrastructure development, and the second one is livestock diversification, and the third one is strengthening community institutions. We have been also learned from our development partners in the past that, especially with CARE Ethiopia and Coordinate Ethiopia, about community-managed disaster risk reduction. We have been working with these two organizations for 4 and 5 years. Then after going through those, then we institutionalize in our organization, implementing community-managed disaster risk reduction. CMDRR is an empowering process where a community systematically manages its disaster risk reduction measures towards becoming a safe and resilient community. How we do this? The communities form committees, CMDRR committees, and actively participates in participatory disaster risk assessment, and also they engage in planning and implementation of the DRR measures. So communities link their efforts to governmental institutions, specifically at district level. So SSD demonstrated climate change adaptation methods and tools in the past for more than 10 years. When you come to the success stories of SSD, in the last 18 years, SSD has constructed about 20 small-scale irrigation schemes in 10 districts of Afar region. By doing this, we have the community able to cultivate around 2,600 hectares of land developed to produce crops and fodder of different types. And in total, close to 8,000 households or more than 50,000 people have been benefited through household food security from these irrigation-based integrated development projects. As you can see here, one of the key thematic area of SSCDs, construction of irrigation infrastructures. We are using a river diversion with gravity systems. So we don't need to invest in generators or in hand pumps because the diverted water directly flow into the in the irrigable area without investing any more resources. So we are using a river diversion with irrigation system canals. And at the same time, we use a river embankment protection work with gabion to protect the major infrastructure of the irrigation structures, mainly the diversion weir, the sidewalls, and also the primary canals. This helps us to reduce the overflow that may cause damage to the different irrigation structures. We have also using biophysical structures to stabilize our canals. We don't use concrete canals. So we use a biophysical structure. So as you can see in the picture, we use vetiver grass for stabilization of canal structures. So this is less costly than building a concrete canals. And also the agro-pastoralists use this vetiver grass for different uses. So they can also feed for farmers, they can feed it for their livestock, and also the women also cut the vetiver grass and they can produce mud. So it has a lot of benefits, and also it's less costly as compared to the concrete canals. We have also implemented a physical soil conservation within the irrigable land areas. We use different soil conservation structures like soil bund, stone bund, and check dam structures. This will enable to protect soil and water. We have also encouraged community to grow plants and to plant different kinds of trees which are adaptable in semi-arid regions. As you can see, so the agro-pastoralists are able to produce different types of crops from their field. This is a new phenomenon for pastoralists. The Afar people are known as a pure pastoralists. By the engagement of SSCD with local partners, it is able to transform from pure pastoralists to agro-pastoralists way of life. Here again, the agro-pastoralists also produce different kinds of horticultural vegetables and fruit crops. We have also constructed different ponds. This can be used for human and livestock drinking. And it's not only working on crops. We have also encouraged agro-pastoralists to work on rangelands. We have rehabilitated different degraded rangeland areas, and also we encourage the agro-pastoralists to produce different kinds of grass to feed their livestock. When you come to our success stories and the key outcomes, at the household level, by engaging in irrigation-based integrated development projects, increased availability of food at household level as a result of irrigation farming, better income from sales of vegetables, fruit, and field crops. As a result, households are able to feed their children and send them to schools. When we see at the community level, as I mentioned earlier, we are a witness that there is a transformation of pastoralists from pure pastoralists into agro-pastoralists. And also our engagement in irrigation promoted settlement of pastoralists and agro-pastoralists in a given locality around the irrigation catchment areas. And also the agro-pastoralists also gain new knowledge and skills, especially on hazard mitigation measures, on farming, and also on masonry and carpentry. Because when we do the infrastructure development, we train the local people to develop skills in the area of masonry and carpentry, because they are the one who is maintaining the irrigation schemes after SSCD phase out from the project area. And again, we have witnessed that an improved attitude on gender and provide equal opportunities for both men and women to work. On the environment aspect, we have witnessed that there is an improvement in vegetation cover as a result of tree planting, and the lands are protected from erosion and also break the strong wind as a result of tree planting as well. When you come to the sustainability aspect, the community owns the initiative through establishing committees, and develop bylaws and exercising their roles as citizens. From the very inception of the project, we encourage communities to form community-managed disaster risk management committees and they work together with our field staff in the whole process of irrigation projects. What we have learned by implementing irrigation-based integrated development projects include SSCD has demonstrated that relief food aid can be productively utilized for the long-term development of rural communities, because during the construction of irrigation structures, we use a cash for work program. So in the development process, the communities are paid food for the time they spent with the project and for the labor they invest on that. And the second one is projects in marginalized areas need to adopt approach suitable to the mentality and way of life of the localities. So we can't simply bring an approach from highland area to adapt it in lowland areas, because the lowland areas are completely different in community setup, in tradition, and in cultures, and so on and so on. So the projects we bring to to the locality has to be fit with the mentality and the way of life of the localities. Living and working with a project area right in the village of the target community is an effective approach for successful project implementation. We live together with the community. As a result, we build a very good rapport from the community. So we spend all our time with the local people. We share their tradition and culture. Again, women issues in marginal areas can be effective if they are addressed with the right approach and adequate resources. Integrating crop and fodder production with livestock production increases the overall success of a food security project in pastoral areas. Using the established social norms and institutions can resolve conflicts raised among users in all phases of the project implementation. And again, what makes SSD projects different from the others is out of the overall project cost, up to 20 to 30% of the project cost covered by the local government. In all projects in Afar regions, the Afar regional government covered up to 30% of the project cost, and also the community also contribute in kind for the overall success of the project. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Merci beaucoup à Monsieur Salomon Legacy pour ce partage et ce partage d'expérience sur des solutions d'adaptation innovantes. Il a un peu débordé, mais comme nous sommes chez lui, nous avons eu l'amabilité de le laisser terminer et partager avec nous. Merci à chacun des panélistes pour ces partages. Il me reste quand même deux questions pour lesquelles je voudrais demander à l'un et l'autre de revenir. Vous avez partagé de belles expériences et on voit l'engagement communautaire. On voit les résultats de l'engagement communautaire à travers vos présentations. Est-ce que vous pouvez revenir? Je veux d'abord m'adresser à M. Salomon pour dire dans toutes ces solutions d'adaptation, comment est-ce que les enfants ont été impliqués et comment ils ont été engagés dans ce processus-là. Et quels étaient les défis liés à cet engagement à pouvoir mobiliser les enfants et les jeunes. Et je voudrais également me retourner vers mon frère du Tchad pour demander de revenir un peu brièvement sur comment arriver à influencer au niveau national. Parce qu'on sait que très souvent, au niveau communautaire, au niveau sous-national, il n'y a pas trop de défis, mais ces belles expériences, quels sont les défis que vous rencontrez pour pouvoir mieux influencer les politiques ou pour passer à l'échelle. Et enfin, je demanderai à M. Cissé également de revenir sur cette même question. Et notre chère Léla, vous allez terminer par un appel. Donc nous allons aller rapidement, nous avons gagné quelques minutes et je vais d'abord donner la parole à M. Salmon.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. In our climate adaptation work, we engage all the community segments. As you may know, in Afar, they are using a clan-based system. So when we intervene in a given district, we work very closely with the clan leaders, and also we engage women community members, and also we engage users in our development programs. So also all the segments of the community participate in participatory disaster risk assessment work, and based on the assessment work, they come up with a DRM plan together with the whole community members, and based on the plan, they will engage in the implementation of that plan together with the SSD project personnel. Actually, we don't directly work with children, but we work with families, and we work especially with youth, especially in the area of skill development. Because I said earlier, in irrigation scheme development, we train the local use in masonry and carpentry, and they're also involved in the whole process of from project planning up to project evaluation phases. So we don't face much challenges in engaging community members in our development programs. But we don't directly work with children, but we work through their families, and we directly target youth in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up to you.
Merci beaucoup. Vous venez de nous demander comment on arrive à influencer au niveau national. Effectivement, comme je viens de le dire ici, pendant le mois d'arbre que nous disons, c'est le mois de l'arbre, à travers ce mois, nous travaillons en étroite collaboration avec le ministère de l'Environnement tchadien. Et donc, ce ministère instruit ces délégués qui se trouvent dans les régions, et à travers nos délégués ou bien nos points focaux qui se trouvent également dans les régions également, et relaient également ces mêmes activités et dans les départements pour que cela doit être un peu national. Effectivement, en ce qui concerne le mois de l'arbre que nous travaillons, que nous exerçons ces activités chaque année, donc il y a une synergie entre nous et certaines organisations également qui travaillent dans le cadre de l'environnement, et aussi le ministère, que nous faisons chaque fois des rencontres pour permettre de savoir où sont les avancées ou bien les retours. Malheureusement que ma présentation ici n'est pas la bonne version, parce que c'était la bonne version, vous allez voir, il y a des photos où nous partons sur le terrain et nous sensibilisons les gens également, tout ça, mais ce n'était pas la bonne version. Bon, cela tient, bon, c'est déjà passé. Donc voilà, nous travaillons un peu comme ça avec les délégués des environnements qui se trouvent dans les régions, et eux aussi ils relaient également. Mais le travail n'est pas facile, parce que nous, ceux qui nous suivent de voir le Tchad est en deux parties. Il y a une partie qui est totalement du désert, et il y a une partie aussi qui a des arbres. Mais maintenant, nous arrivons à convaincre ceux qui n'ont pas des arbres de planter les arbres, mais ceux qui ont déjà assez des arbres, nous les encourageons toujours de planter les arbres, mais il y a d'autres qui essayent de couper les arbres pour faire des bois de chauffe, et en même temps également des charbon, et cela joue vraiment énormément. Donc je pense qu'il y a un défi à ce niveau, de telle sorte que les gens s'entendent tout, mais avec l'avancée du désert et avec les inondations répétitives, avec des sécheresses, je pense que les gens sont en train de comprendre maintenant comment faire de telle sorte que pour préserver l'environnement. Et aussi le ministère, avec nos activités, nous avons eu à créer des zones où on ne peut pas aussi toucher également ni les animaux également, ni les arbres également. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Et la parole à M. Sissé.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je dirais que concernant l'AMC, notre influence est au niveau régional, sous-régional, mais national aussi à travers les coalitions nationales. L'outil que nous utilisons plus, nous, c'est le plaidoyer et le lobbying. Influencer un peu sur les décisions, sur les lois et les textes pour qu'ils puissent avoir des changements positifs, pour aussi prendre en compte l'aspect droit de l'enfant et mesurer aussi l'importance de se mobiliser pour que le climat soit vraiment pris en compte dans les politiques des États. Et ça, nous élaborons des stratégies, et ces stratégies sont dupliquées du niveau régional au niveau sous-régional et du niveau sous-régional au niveau national. Nous sommes représentés par les coalitions nationales dans certains pays et par d'autres organisations aussi dans les pays. Et notre politique est partagée, comment dirais-je, dans l'étendue de cet espace qui est régional, sous-régional et national. Comme vous le savez, l'impact climatique, du changement climatique est plus senti au niveau communautaire. Et au niveau communautaire, nous travaillons avec les communautés pour recueillir leurs doléances, comprendre le phénomène, comment le phénomène se présente, comment ils sont impactés négativement, parce que ça ne peut pas être positivement, négativement, et c'est ce que nous remontons et nous initions des plaidoyers et des lobbying, voir comment cela peut changer à travers des interpellations, mais à travers des communiqués de presse, mais aussi à travers notre implication sur les institutions comme l'Assemblée nationale, voir comment élaborer certains textes de loi qui vont prendre en compte ce phénomène qui est changement climatique pour que l'aspect droit de l'enfant soit vraiment pris en compte. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, M. Cissé. Et la parole à Mademoiselle Lila pour son appel.
Once again, thank you so much for having me. My last message would be, I would like to let everyone know that each of us has a role to play in making this planet a better place to live in. And whatever you choose to do, it will be remembered, and together let us raise and achieve our common goal of saving our planet. And the ones that have failed to act are in their evening times. We, the youth, are in our morning times. Leaders, decision makers, parents, if you know you're the last generation, put the planning into action. And if you truly care for the planet and your loved ones, your children, support the sustainable projects. Thank you so much.
Elle a tout dit, elle a pratiquement tout dit. Nous allons, je vais demander à l'ensemble des participants de dire un grand merci en faisant un banc francophone pour les participants. Je pense que j'ai eu des intervenants qui ont été assez disciplinés dans la gestion du temps, donc ce n'était pas très compliqué. Merci beaucoup à chacun d'entre eux. Et je voudrais peut-être prendre quelques questions. Je ne sais pas si on a le temps, en tout cas, de prendre quelques questions dans la salle. 2 questions. C'est embarrassant. Donc, ici, oui, et là, et on a quand même 4 personnes. Peut-être on peut leur demander d'être concis et précis. 1 question par personne, pas plus, s'il vous plaît. Ou ça peut ne pas forcément être des questions. Merci. Je ne sais pas si... Voilà, allez-y, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My quick son and comment will go to Madam Leah, the climate activist of Uganda. In the image that was shown when you were doing your presentation, I saw the birthday trees instead of birthday cake. That I want to commend you for that innovative. Many young people would rather celebrate their birthday cutting the cakes, but rather you do so by planting trees. How were you doing this? Were you operating as an individual, or you have a CBO, or an organization that you operate to do this tree planting? Do you get support from NGOs or government? 30,000 trees planted. You must have got land to do so. If no, is it a community land that you do plant? And after all, who will own the trees and who will take care of those trees? Thank you.
Merci. Derrière, oui.
Alors, OK. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je me suis déjà présenté et je me représente encore en tant que le représentant de MC à République de Guinée, pour focal MC République de Guinée aussi. Ma question va directement au Tchad. Je suis resté sur ma soif parce que quand il me parle que le lac Tchad avait 25 000 km², se retrouve aujourd'hui à 2500 km², je me pose la question, quel a été le rôle joué par la société civile et l'État pour pouvoir vraiment trouver une solution par rapport à ce changement climatique? C'était la question. Merci.
Merci, monsieur. On vient au milieu. Il y avait un doigt là. Oui. Oui. Vous. Oui, allez-y.
Go ahead.
Vous pouvez utiliser... Oui. Rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Si vous avez besoin d'aide, peut-être. Donc, on va vous demander.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Awek Owe from SOS Children Village International Ethiopia Country Office. I am a 2022 Fellow of Young Africa Leader Initiative, East Africa, Kenya, Nairobi. I would like to thank African Child Policy for organizing this vibrant and dynamic conference, which enables us to gather into one room and to discuss about the impact of climate change impact on children of Africa. I'm so thrilled to be here as a participant. I am here because I have a responsibility of taking this initiative. Allow me to raise some suggestions. As a young leader, I believe that the key challenge that children are facing this century are the following ones. Most of the points are mentioned earlier, like the importance of budgeting, allocation of budgeting by the national government and the regional governments. The extreme existence of poverty in Africa.
pour votre patience parce que je m'interrogeais un peu comment la session allait se passer compte tenu du retard et puis à cette heure de la journée, j'avais peur que la salle se vide, mais je vois que vous êtes restés et c'est aussi le signe de votre engagement sur cette question. Et je voudrais, en termes de clôture ou de conclusion à ce panel, partager une chose que les enfants du Burkina Faso, d'où je suis originaire, nous ont dit il y a quelques mois, parce que vous savez, au Burkina Faso, avec la crise humanitaire et sécuritaire qu'il y a actuellement, il y a environ 2 millions de personnes déplacées internes et il y a plus de 3500 écoles qui sont fermées et donc les enfants n'ont pas accès à l'éducation. Et il y avait un événement qui se tenait, qui était organisé par une organisation sœur et les enfants devaient prendre la parole. Et il y a un adolescent qui a pris la parole et qui a commencé en disant « Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons dans ce pays plus de 2 millions de personnes déplacées, l'heure n'est plus au discours. » C'est comme ça qu'il a commencé son mot et il a dit « L'heure est à agir et nous voulons que vous agissez. » Et je crois que c'est un peu ce message également que nous sommes en train d'entendre, que Guidela nous a dit ce matin et que Léa est en train de nous dire également ce soir en nous montrant des exemples de quoi ils sont capables si on leur fait confiance. Je voudrais donc nous inviter, alors que nous sommes encore là dans des réflexions, des échanges, des partages, dire qu'il est peut-être opportun également, alors que nous abordons ce thème très important, à l'ouverture, il est ressorti qu'il est encore nécessaire d'approfondir les connaissances sur ce thème et demander que dans le cadre de ce cheminement et du passage à l'action, on pense effectivement à suffisamment prendre en compte le développement des capacités des organisations de la société civile. Il est important d'accélérer le développement des capacités de la société civile sur un thème aussi important, afin que ces organisations puissent travailler avec les communautés à la base pour accélérer les mesures d'adaptation au changement climatique et également prendre en compte les enfants et les jeunes dans la création des solutions. Nous avons entendu à travers les panélistes des expériences réussies qui pourraient également inspirer d'autres régions qui sont en difficulté et qui ne sont pas au même niveau de création de solutions. Et ce cadre de partage d'expériences devrait se poursuivre et permettre aux organisations de la société civile de renforcer donc l'activisme communautaire. Il y a également des questions de renforcement de capacités, surtout des organisations de jeunesse. Quand nous voyons l'exemple de Léa qui a fait beaucoup de choses, mais en tant qu'individu, cela interpelle certainement à davantage accompagner les jeunes à s'organiser en association parce que nous savons que s'ils sont ensemble, certainement ils pourront faire beaucoup plus. Et c'était son message que je reprends. Et je terminerai en disant qu'il est important également que les organisations de la société civile puissent jouer un rôle actif dans le suivi et l'interpellation des engagements des gouvernements et des autres acteurs sur cette question de changement climatique et des droits des enfants. Monsieur Cissé en a parlé, les panels avant ont abordé la mise en place de mécanismes qui permettent le suivi des engagements et certainement la société civile a un rôle important à jouer parce que nous savons que chaque fois qu'il y a eu des avancées importantes, la société civile était aux côtés des gouvernements et des autres acteurs et en termes d'interpellation, en termes de campagne, en termes d'action, cela permet d'avancer des questions aussi importantes. Sur ce, je voudrais encore dire merci à tout un chacun, vous remercier pour votre patience et pour vos contributions. et remercier ACPF pour la confiance en me demandant de diriger ce panel. Je vous remercie. Excellente soirée à tous.
Merci Christelle, merci les intervenants. We have reached the end of the day. It has been a long day, but a very fruitful day, a lot of, very interesting conversations. We are closing right now for the day. We have tea and coffee served downstairs. And tomorrow, please be here by 8:30. The program will start exactly at 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.